just realized I forgot to put my starting soon thing back on. Hi guys. can I do it now? Is it too late? Yeah, it's too late. Oh wait. Ooh, squeaky chair. My goodness. Need to maybe tighten this bolt. How is everyone doing today? You know, it's been a little while since I've been here. I've been really busy doing things. Surprise, surprise, right? So, goodness. Well, I guess first let's start off with like what I'll be working on. Let me turn my music down. I feel like I'm competing with it a little bit. One sec. Okay. So, big thing we'll be working on today is I've got my original cover that I did for Godsbane earlier. Well, I was gonna say earlier this year, but that would be last year now. It's been that long. So what I'm doing is I'm updating this to Aros's new design. Let me actually go ahead and open that up for reference up in my subview here. Just realized I haven't opened it yet. Dun, 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 dun. That would be in Godsbane, character art, Aros, colors. So I'm probably going to be doing some more color. I'm probably going to do some color stuff. You guys can't see it, but I have it up here. Actually, I'll open it up here for you guys to see, just so you guys can see what I'll be looking at. I like to create, like, character stuff, sometimes, when I feel like I'm actually trying to be, like, a productive human being. I actually like to make character reference sheets every once in a while, but I don't like doing it. I hate making character sheets. It's such a bear. So I'm taking this, new design for Aros, and I'm putting it into this cover, which had like a very different design. I believe I made this cover like last June or something, maybe July. I think it was July. So I'm going in and I'm editing it. I already did the sketch work, kind of editing it from like the original, which is a pain in the butt because y'all know me. I have 50. I'll show you guys here. Got like 50 gazillion layers in here. Some of them are needed now, and some of them aren't needed. So like at some point, I'm going to be doing some layer cleanup as well, which is always fun. It's always fun. You would think this artwork does not have a lot of layers, but you would be very wrong. Probably mostly because a lot of these leaf drawings here are done in multiple layers. That way I can stack them, move them around, adjust them. So there's actually a lot of layers in here. And that's what the majority of all that was. So let's get to my favorite part, which is inking. I have a sketch layer here, so let me turn on the opacity on that. And then let's get inking. The best part of my day is when I get to sit here and ink. I found a new brush. Oh, that's not good. My line art layer should be monochrome. Let's see, is it gonna work now? Uh-oh, my brush isn't. Oh, it's because I've got the wrong brush. I was so scared there for a second. I was like, oh my gosh, my favorite brush is ruined. Oh, it is, my favorite brush is ruined. Oh, that's okay. I'll make a new monochrome layer. It's not a big deal. Here we go. Yeah, this brush is, I'm still trying to figure out how to get this brush to work consistently with only monochrome. Even if I'm working on a color layer, I don't know if that's possible, but I would really like to have my brush only be active. Actually, I'm gonna put this up here. Just put it on the bottom. That way, that's not what I told you to do, Clip Studio, you silly. Okay, maybe it doesn't matter. Well, there it is. Yeah, there we go. Now I can see him down here in the corner. Oh, I can have him up here. So Aros has actually made transformation here, so he's gonna look not exactly like my reference. That's perfectly okay. Anyway, so as far as, might as well get to, I was trying to wait to see if we could get some more people in here, but they'll probably just watch later. So, where I was, I believe the last stream that I did was, I want to say it was like, it was about 60 days ago, and, see, that would have been mid-November, so yeah, right before Thanksgiving, so it's not surprising as far as the date goes. One of the things that I've been working on the last couple months, since September, it's a one-shot, and when I went to the portfolio review for this media, one of the things, they asked me to follow up, And one of the things that we had talked about afterwards was some of the stuff that I could do as far as like, what am I interested in? What sort of work do I want to do as a manga creator? What do I want to do in my career? And part of that, my suspicion was part of that was because they want to know, like, what type of advice am I gonna give this creator? What are their goals? That way I can cater the advice that I give them, you know, to the creator. So, anyway, so I'm sorry guys. I was just double checking to make sure people can hear me. Because I'm seeing a lot of people coming in and a lot of people leaving. So I'm wondering if people simply can't hear me. Bring my audio down a little bit more. Let me bring this up. Hopefully that's a little bit better. My apologies if you guys weren't able to hear me. Hopefully that's a little bit better. Hey, bro, what's up? Bruh. Look at me, I'm actually drawing Godsbane pages. Holy cow, look at me. I should probably kind of erase there a little bit smaller. I like how we have like Aros literally just like peeking down there in the bottom. It's funny. Oh, I'm on the wrong layer. I'm on the wrong layer. Yeah, like that. I mean, I love this brush, but like the one downside about this brush is it doesn't work on a color layer. It only works on monochrome. It's a little frustrating. I need to figure out like how to work with that. Other than that, I absolutely love that. Other than that, I absolutely love this brush. It's really, really scratchy. Like if I like make it real big, you guys can kind of see the fun texture that it has. It's like really, really scratchy. I really like it. It's just a pain in the butt if I move to like a color layer or a color layer that was turned into a monochrome layer. Like it won't work. It has to be like originally on a monochrome layer. That's my only like grouch about this particular brush. But other than that, I really like the texture it gives. It's very like pencil-y, like super black pencil, but super thin. It's like a really thin graphite line, you know what I mean? But it's like super dark. Anyway, so when I was with talking with Viz and stuff, they were like, hey, like it'd be really neat. You know, if you could like let us know what kind of stuff you want to do. Like, would you ever be willing to work with a writer? Would you ever be willing to do one shots? Like graphic novel? Like what is it that you want to do? And I'm like, well, pretty much all of those things. I'd be okay working with a writer if they were like the right writer. If you guys know what I mean, like. It has to be the right story. It has to be the right person. Hey, Gothic Lolita Angel, welcome. Thank you for joining me in my stream today. Definitely gonna try to do more of these. Normally on Thursdays I wouldn't be here because my class is canceled. But I figured, you know what, I'm gonna be drawing. It's as good a day to start as any. So like I might as well start streaming again. Anyway, so when I told them, oh, like, yeah, like, I'd be cool with doing one-shots, I'd be cool with doing this and that, they're like, well, do you wanna talk to somebody about that? And I was like, yeah, that sounds cool. So I was actually connected with, Sasaki Hisashi to talk about the one-shot program, and we had a meeting, and he gave me kind of, like, the laydown of it, like, what it worked, like, what it is, how it works, all that fun stuff. And out of like respect for him, like I'm not gonna share all of the details. Not to share all of it, like all of the specifics and stuff. So basically, like the idea, and they've announced this already too, like publicly. Like the program art is already public and it exists. Let me actually grab a link for you guys to the one-shot program, so you guys can actually read about it yourself. If you guys are interested, so I think it's really, really neat, honestly. Let's see, Viz Original. So there's two different forms of like the Viz Original program. There's the, oops, that's the wrong link. It's the wrong bookmark. Great, there we go. Basically what you can do is you can submit like your own like full series, or you can submit like like if they say it says Viz Originals is now accepting one-shots and ongoing manga series. And so you can submit that, which I think is super duper cool that they're offering that, because we need more programs like this. So here's the program, here's a link to it, and basically it's sort of like, oh, this is really loud music. I'm gonna turn this down on my end, guys, sorry, one sec. It's really loud music. Why is it so loud? What is going on here? It's really loud. Alright, and then I'll turn it up for you guys. Give me one sec. There you go. Hopefully you guys can hear it now. Yeah, it was so loud. Anyway, so they actually announced this back in October, and it's based on, like, the traditional way of, like, making, like, becoming a mangaka, like, in Japan. You, like, submit one-shots, and then those one-shots, like, you get feedback on them, and then eventually those one-shots can become, like, a serialized story. And a lot of manga starts out this way. My Hero Academia started this way, Dr. Stone, Naruto, like, a lot of really big manga started out in this way. So I find it really, really cool they're finally bringing this sort of, like, submission style here. So, okay, cool, I'll go ahead and wait. Anyway, Lolita, while we wait, what, do you like manga too? If I already know you, I'm sorry. Sometimes I just don't recognize people's usernames. I'm really bad about that, so I apologize. It's a little too... Yeah, there we go. Perfect. Looks like a smiley face. Hey, missing? Yeah, I've been away for a little bit. Back from Hollywood. Oh, you wish. Hey, thanks for the like. Which reminds me, if you guys haven't yet, I would appreciate a like. And if you're new here, welcome. I hope you guys enjoy your time here on my channel. I am a mostly art-based channel, and I'm trying to be a streamer, but stuff keeps happening. I'm doing my best, I swear. Oh man, I've been away working on a one-shot, guys. That's where I've been, and I didn't know if, like, I could stream it, so, like, out of respect for, like, the people it was for, I wasn't wanting to stream it, and it basically took, like, the majority of my time. So it's like, well, gee golly, I can't stream it, and I don't have time to work on Godsbane, so I guess I'm just gonna vanish for 3 months. And so I did. But I'm sorry, guys. I'm gonna try not to do that again. Because now I know that it's okay to, like, stream some things. Plus, like, I didn't work on Godsbane for, like, 3 months. Almost 3 months. Like, that was really hard, y'all. No, it was 2 months, because it's November, yes, 2 months. It was really hard. It was really hard, guys. I really missed it. So I will not be doing that again. I mean, I'm gonna do the one-shot again, but I'm not gonna, like, abandon the channel for 2 months. I missed it way too much. And I need, like, something else to work on in between. Y'all, making a one-shot to get accepted by Viz Media is really hard. It's really hard. I mean, duh, but, like, okay. No. Okay, not yet. So, the way that this works, and I thought this would be fun to, like, talk about my experiences. Basically the way that it works is I submit the one-shot, to the Viz Originals stuff, like, program, that, I send off my email and all that good stuff. And then, usually within, man, he's pretty good at getting back to me. Usually within, like, 24 to 38 hours, like, 24 to 36 hours, he'll get back to me, and he'll be like, okay, like, here's my feedback for you, here's what I thought about it, here's what I liked about it, here's what I didn't like about it. Sort of, like, give me, like, an initial, like, first impression response. And then, he'll set up a call, where we'll, like, go over things. And then after that, he sends me on my way, and I do it again. That's basically how it works. Which is exactly how it works in Japan. Like, if you, for example, like, the Shueisha office, I'll use that as an example. If you guys haven't read the book, The Shonen Jump Guide to Making Manga, it's basically the exact same process that we see in the manga, where, what was his name? I'm blanking on the name, but there's an aspiring mangaka in the book called, again, The Shonen Jump Guide to Making Manga. Fantastic book. I think everyone that ever wants to make manga should read it, whether you want to be published or self-published. I think everyone should read this book. But anyway, not sponsored. But basically, like, you go in, you talk to the editor, you get feedback, and then you leave, and then you come back when you got more stuff to show. That's basically the way that this works. And it's really, it's interesting because, like, the first half of the session is usually, like, the editor asking you questions, and then being like, here's what I'm not sure about. What are, like, can you add the title/author to the chat? Oh, I mean, I'm working on my own one-shot with myself. Like, I'm the title author? What do you... Oh, yeah. Sorry, for the book. Right. I was like, wait, what? I'll do you one better. I'll send you a link. I have it bookmarked. So I'll do you one better. It's actually created by the Shonen Jump editorial department, so... Yeah. Alright, so there's the title of the book, and then here's the link. So I sent them as individual messages. Alright, so highly recommend this book. Anyone who wants to make manga, whether you want to be published professional or self-published, I would highly recommend everyone read this book. Mainly because what I really like about the book is it goes over, not just the, what you need to do as far as, how to tell a good story, how to get published, oopsie. It goes over, that stuff, sure. But what it also talks about is the mental aspect of becoming a mangaka. It's really hard. It's really, really hard. I generally think I'm a pretty balanced person when it comes to, as far as, my expectations for, what it would be like working with an editor, like Hisashi-san. And it's not that he has said anything that's hurt my feelings, because that's not the case. Everything that he said to me, I fully expected him to say. Some things I was, really pleasantly surprised, which was really cool. But, in general, it's been sort of wow, I didn't realize that, I very clearly have a very specific weakness in making manga. There's one specific skill set that I particularly struggle with, and I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised that that's my weakness, because it's my weakness in my everyday life as well. That particular thing, oddly enough, affects everything else that I do. So, I'm not surprised at what it is, and, I'm, keeping it personal to myself. Sorry, guys, I'm not gonna tell you what it is. But what I will say is it has to do with my writing ability. It affects my ability to write effectively, which was really interesting and, kind of pleasing. Kinda, dialogue and sort of, how I, character writing is, the general, I guess, the best general way that I could say it, is, writing characters is really, really difficult. Not just because, you have to make the character believable, in the sense that, I could believe that this person exists, or, not going out of character, you keep the character in character, there's that aspect of it as well. Or there's that aspect, but the part that's hard, that I think is particularly difficult for me to work with, is ensuring that I say enough things. Because one of the things that I have found is, the world and the characters that I have, I know so well that I forget what the reader doesn't know. Because I've been working on, the particular one-shot that I'm working on involves some characters and stories that I've had for an extremely long time. And so, when it comes to writing characters that have, and writing their motivations, their goals, even just, certain, facts about the world and the lore that I have, it's like, oh shoot, I forgot I've not told anybody this. But I know it, because I've been working in this world for the last 14 years. It'll be 15 years in February. Can you believe it? I've been writing for 15 years. And like that's the thing that we keep that that's actually what Kizashi-san told me in an email last night. He's like, because I asked him, like, I wasn't frustrated. Like, it was just more like, wow, like, am I a really bad writer? And, like, I'm like, dude, he's actually like, I need to tell you, like, do you think this story even has potential? And he's like, yeah, I think you've been, like, in this world for so long that, like, you forget what the reader doesn't know. And, like, you're leaving the reader behind because you're not telling them enough. Which I find relieving, to say the least. Because I would rather have to add things to my manga than take stuff away. So I feel like that's harder, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like taking stuff away is a lot harder than adding things. I'm actually just going to use a braid brush because I don't want to deal with this. I don't want to deal with his hair. I'm not dealing with it today. Yeah. But it's been a really, really good experience. Like, I've learned so much. I've learned that, like, I really, really do love manga, like, because it's really, really scary. Like, one of the things that I've like learned about myself is I like manga, but when I'm faced with a situation where I have someone who's like incredibly senior, like, it feels like I don't belong where I am, like the imposter syndrome. Hey, Lychee, welcome back. Like, the imposter syndrome is so real right now. It shouldn't surprise me, but, like, the imposter syndrome is super real right now. Like, I feel like I don't belong there. I feel like a chihuahua playing with, like, a bunch of Great Danes is what it feels like right now. Hey, Brent, what's up? I feel like someone's gonna break down my door and go, "Oh my god, you're not allowed to make manga!" Yeah. Well, you can't just have more flashbacks in your story, you can just have more flashbacks. I'm actually doing my best to not have to do flashbacks. And that's what we're going to talk about. Like, Hisashi-san and I set up a call. Like, we need to talk about, like, the most recent submission. Because I submitted it Wednesday. Wednesday morning. Yeah, Tuesday night into Wednesday morning is when I submitted it this week. And, like, within 12 hours I had a response. So I'm like, damn. Like, so that was really cool. But yeah, so, that was really nice to see that he was like, you know, like, hey, like, let me get on this. But we set up a call, we're gonna go over and get some, like, formal feedback, and, like, what's really cool about, like, the sessions is, like, sorry guys, I'm getting a drink really quick, that's why I stopped drawing. Like, what's really neat about, like, the session is it's basically, like I said before, you know, like, we kind of go, like, when I send something to him, usually he'll send me, like, an email with, like, this is what I thought about, this is my initial impressions. If the salarymen are looking over your shoulder, then you're a mangaka. Well, I mean, Hisashi-san calls me a mangaka. Like, I'm not gonna lie, like, one of the things that I find extremely adorable about, like, our interactions is he calls me Cat-san. And I don't have the heart to tell him that I don't go by Cat anymore. I don't know, like, I want to tell him, but I feel bad. You know, if you guys don't know, I go by Jackson now. Cat is, like, a name I used to use. I don't want to call it a dead name because, I mean, it kind of is. But, like, I'm not even mad because it's Cat-san. And I'm like, oh my god, that's so cute. That's why I say Hisashi-san, is because, like, no, it's okay misting, it's okay, no worries. Like, I still haven't, like, quite told everybody, and I don't think I told my YouTube channel, I don't think I told my YouTube viewers, so no, don't worry about it. But it's just really cute. I'm like, how do I tell him that I don't go by Cat anymore? So, I should tell him eventually. Anyway, but he's really sweet. He's really nice. Like, he'll tell me, like, this is my first impression, this is what I liked about it, and this is maybe not necessarily what I don't like about it, but like what I might change, or like what we need to talk about, what we need to think about in our next video call. So we set up a video call, and then when we get in the call, we spend like the first part of the meeting sort of like going over, like he'll flip through page by page and say, on this page I have this note, and on this page I have this note, and on this page I have this note. And then after we get through the notes, and he asks me questions, and like this is the time where I ask him questions, like what do you think about this, and what do you think about this part? And I wasn't sure about this part, like how could I have done this better? After we kind of get through like the feedback session, we'll like sit down and then like work through the solutions together, which is really cool. Usually that's him giving me feedback or him offering a suggestion, and then like me like replying back and saying, hey, this is what I think of your suggestion. And what's really, really cool, like one of the very first things that he told me when we do these sessions, like I am not the law, I am not God. Like you don't have to listen to what I tell you. Like, you know, as as an editor, you don't have to listen to what I tell you. He's like, but when, like, if you don't do the thing that I suggest, like, you might struggle more, because I'm offering my advice for a reason. And I'm like, no, that makes perfect sense. Like, you know the industry better than I do. You know, like, the science of how this works better than I do. And what was really nice is, in my last session, which was in November, yeah, it was mid-November, he gave me some feedback, or a suggestion, sorry. He gave me a suggestion that I didn't like. And I was like, okay, can I push back and offer something else in return? Like, not just say no, like, offer an alternative. And I did that, and he's like, oh, okay, yeah, I think that would also work too. And I went, oh my gosh, I survived saying no to Itachi-san. And it's weird, like, when you're in that position, you're afraid to say no, because you're like, oh my gosh, I want to get published. And so, like, you don't want to say no, right? Like, you want to just say, yes sir, hi, yeah, you just want to agree. But it's okay to push back. It's sort of been, like, the biggest thing, that, like, yeah, right, yeah, exactly. Yeah, Leechy, you did tell me. So it's been an experience, yeah. Yeah. Oh, Leechy, by the way, I did ask him, like, I don't know if you heard this part. I did ask him, like, what he thought about, like, the story overall. Like, does this have potential? Can this be a thing? And he told me specifically that, he thinks that I've just, like, lived in my own world for too long. Like, I know the lore, I'm so familiar with it, I've lived with it for so long that I've forgotten what the readers don't know. So he's like, basically, my feedback is you're leaving the readers behind because you already know everything. And I'm like, oh, okay. I'm like, yeah, let's do this call. So I'll be meeting with him next week. In like a video call session where we're gonna do another one of those feedback sessions that I just described. So it's been a thing. Yeah, it's been a thing. And what's really cool, really cool, guys, is this isn't a Godsbane story that I'm working on, but it is one of Godsbane's lore. Like, it's one of the side stories, the 14 side stories that I have. And like, it blows my mind that I get to work on this world and I get to share this world with, like, Hisashi Sasaki. And, you know, he likes the story, he likes the character art that I did, he's like, I like the designs, like, I like the characters, like, this is nice, you just gotta work on your writing. And I'm like, if that's the only thing, if my visuals are good, if my characters are good, like, if all that stuff's good, if the only thing I need to work on is the writing, like, I'll take 2 out of 3, okay? Design and, like, the actual art, like, the pages and the paneling and the komawari, that's one of the things that he said also. It's like, komawari was one of my strong suits, he thinks. So, even working right to left, he thinks komawari is one of my strong suits. Which is the paneling, if you guys don't know. So. So, it was nice. Sorry guys, I stopped drawing for a little bit because I got a little chatty. Oh yeah, I was getting the brush. Yeah, it's been an experience. I'm really glad that I get to do this experience. Just because this was something I never thought I'd get to do. This was never something I thought I would get to do. So yeah, it's this one. It's a thing. It's a thing. Yeah, yeah. It really does. Now, if I can just, like, get out of my own head, that, that would be great. Yeah, so that's where I've been. I've been working on that. And this one shot is like 47 pages. Oh, and the other thing is, I don't submit finalized artwork. I'll open up one page just to show you guys, like what I actually submit, just to show you like the quality of the work. Because it's easier, frankly. Okay, my advice: if you're gonna submit to the one-shot program, do not do finished pages, unless you are a very slow worker. They impose the page limit. The page limit is 50 pages. For one-shot specifically, it's 20 to 50 pages. So they would like something between 20 and 50. That way it's at least one chapter length, which is the 20, and then 50 pages is the max. I forgot what I was opening. What was I opening? Oh yeah, one page, yeah. I can do it. Actually, I don't mind showing you guys the PDF, because I don't have to keep this, like, work secret or anything. Kishoten kits? Oh yeah. I use a combination of Kishoten kits and the Harmon cycle. The Dan Harmon cycle. Actually, you know what? Screw that. I'll just open up the original, like, I'll just open up, like, one of the pages. I don't wanna spoil anything, you know what I mean? But I'll open up. Oh, I forgot the 50-page spread. I'll just open up, like, these, I guess. That way, because I don't want to spoil what it is. Maybe you guys already know, but... So, like... Yep, alright. So here's 2 pages side by side, just to kind of show you, like, what they actually look like. Like, this is how rough the pages are. And this is what I submit. Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. That's basically what I did for this. This was the 3rd pass. So basically, what I did is I was like, okay, cool. Like, let me utilize some of my past pages to make the new one better. This isn't a 2-page spread. These are like 2 separate pages. This is page 2 and 17. So like, this is what I sent in. Like, these are how sketchy things look. Like, this is not detailed at all. They're literal scribbles. Like, look at this! Are those even people? Yes. Like, this is what I sent in, and, like, this is fine. Like, this is perfectly acceptable to send in if you're gonna send in something that's, like, a work in progress. In fact, it even says on their website that, like, work in progress is perfectly fine. So, stuff like this is really cool, so... But it still takes time to, like, draw 47 pages this way. It still takes time, because you have to write it too. You know what I mean? So, but it's fun. I think it's fun. It's a lot of work, but I think it's worth it. Death scene? No. Oh, this is the one. I'm pretty sure that's the one that I used. Actually, I can just open this up and show it. Yep, that's the one that I used. Cool. Yep, I'm not drawing his hair. Not doing that. Not gonna do it. Not today, Satan. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, to be completely honest, there are days where I'm like, F this stuff, like, I don't want to do it. Like yesterday, I had a bit of a crisis, but it wasn't because it was like, OMG, I got bad feedback, or OMG, like, I got, like, criticism, or OMG, like, my stuff didn't get accepted. Like, that's not really what it was. It was more like the fear that Hisashi-san would, like, get tired of me, and then be like, oh, I don't want to work with you anymore. like, you're taking too long, like, I'm tired of this, I'm tired of you. Like, that's more what, like, I was stressed out about. Which I think is a very real fear, like, reasonable fear to have. You know, like, when you're working with a former jump editor, the pressure is really high. Because, like, the standards that I'm used, I feel like I've always had pretty high standards for myself. But now that I'm working with professionals, like, the standards have completely changed. Like, I am now so far out of my depth. To be completely honest, y'all, I am so far out of my depth, it's scary as hell. Because I don't know what the standard is. Like, when you work for yourself, when you're drawing for yourself, writing for yourself, your standards are the standards, and you know what the standards are. When suddenly you're working with someone else, and you have their standards to meet, you don't know what those standards are. You have to learn and figure out what those standards are over time. And so it becomes like a trial and error process. And one of the things I didn't anticipate, and at least initially, like, now it makes sense, but, like, initially I didn't anticipate the idea that, like, oh my gosh, like, I have to think about I have to think about someone else's standards, and that's really scary. He does, he loves everything. Oh, I love Dorohedoro. I love Dorohedoro, it's so good. How did I get into the manga, Dorohedoro? Because my friend letters it. that's why. Because my friend letters it. And I was looking for, like, books, like, manga suggestions, and I asked him, and I was like, hey, like, do you have any good manga suggestions? And he started listing off all these books, and I was like, okay, cool, like, what do you like about it? He goes, oh, I letter it, it's a really good story. And I was like, Nani? You do? He's like, oh yeah, like, like, it's really good. Sure enough, I opened the book, oh my gosh, it's him! So he letters the English edition. And that's how I got into it, to be completely honest with you. Like, that was how I got into it. And then I started, like, supporting it because it was him, like, it was his book, right? And, like, now that I like the book, I just really like the story. Yeah. I was like, wow, like, what else do you letter? He's like, oh, you know, no big deal. Like, I letter One Punch Man, and I letter Dorohedoro and Yashahime, and, like, they offered me Pokemon, but I turned it down, and I'm like, what? You know, like, that video where the guy goes, what? Like, that was me. Right? And so, yeah, he's a literate viz. And, like, I met him through, like, I don't want to dox him, but when I lived in Colorado, all I'm going to say is that when I lived in Colorado, there was this really cool, like, comic manga group that met the first Saturday of every month. And he lived nearby, and so he lived close enough that he would also go to these meetings. And someone introduced me to him and said, hey, I think you would really like this person, and you should hang out and talk to them. And so I have, like, I met him, oh my gosh, I met him, like, 10 years ago? Almost 10 years ago now. So, yeah, he's super fun. Like, I can always, like, if I have a question about lettering, or I have a question about manga, like, I can send him a question and he'll answer it. So, yeah, he's a super fun guy. Well, I mean, it's not necessarily a humble brag if it's just like, this is the fact that I have a friend who works at Viz. Actually, I have 2 or 3 of them. You know, like, and that's the other thing though. Like, when you start putting yourself out there, you start meeting people. And when you start meeting people, like, you start, like, learning other things, right? So it's not necessarily that, like, oh, ha ha ha, I'm so cool because I know people here. It's like, I have put myself out there, and that's the reward that you get. When you put yourself out there, you meet people, you make connections, doors may open for you, right? So, but I didn't, like, meet and go talk to him, like, because I knew what he worked on. All I had been told is that he makes manga. That's all I knew about him. And I wanted to meet other manga people. And, like, did it mean that I had to get up, like, butt crack of dawn early on Saturday, like, to make these meetings? Hell yeah, it did. Did I still go? Hell yeah, I did. Like, sometimes you gotta, like, look in your local area and look in what's around you to find opportunities that you can go to learn and grow, especially if you live in a big city. If you live in a huge city, you got no excuse. Unless you're, like, super, super busy, because, like, there's bound to be something. Like, when you live in a small podunk town of 700 people, there ain't that many opportunities for you. Which is true, that's where I lived, in South Dakota at one point. I had a small town of, like, 700 people that I lived with. And when I moved into the nearby town of 200,000 people, which was the biggest city in the state, mind you, there still weren't that many opportunities, but I found one, and I took advantage of it, and I took business classes, specifically business for artists. Like, find it and make it work. Like, ultimately, it's going to come down to, do you decide to put yourself out there? Do you decide to go get things done? Do you decide to be active? Like, because if you're not, then it's on you if you don't get anywhere. You cannot and should not wait for things to happen to you or wait for people to find you. Like, go put yourself out there. And, like, if that may mean that you may have to, like, give away your weekends or give away some of your nighttime or, like, give away whatever. Like, I have Japanese classes on Thursday nights. It's like my Thursday nights are ruined. Like, I can't do anything on Thursday nights now. The only reason why I'm streaming today is because my class got canceled. So, like, you know, well, it's not just about, like, Japanese businessmen. It's like, you have to decide how badly do you want something. And if you want it bad enough, you figure out a way to make it work. Like, I hate saying that. And, like, I'm sure it sounds like I'm coming from a place of privilege. But it's not necessarily a place of privilege. I mean, the privileged part is that, like, I lived near places where these things happened, right? Where, like, I still had to give up my time, I've had to give up my sleep, I've had to give up other things to have those opportunities. Like, in Viz I met for the first time in 2000, and then so, like, the connections that I had with Viz that I'd made when I met my friend, like, that was helpful to me when I did my internship with Tokyo Pop in 2018, where I already had, like, a little bit of a connection with Viz, and now I have a connection with Tokyo Pop. They connected me with Wacom and Clip Studio, and, like, now I'm a partner with Wacom and Clip Studio, like, and that gave me even more opportunities, specifically the panel that I spoke on at San Diego last year. So, like, but none of those things would have happened if I hadn't become friends with my friend Ed Viz, the letterer. Like, befriending him, and befriending the friend who introduced me to him, is, like, what got me to those places. And it's, like, it starts small. It starts small with the little things that you need to do, right? Like, just do it. And it's hard, especially when you're surviving. Like, I'm not rich. Like, to be completely honest with y'all, like, I'm still, like, I'm not making a buttload of money. like, technically, 2 years ago, I finally crawled out of, like, the poverty line for a single person. I'm not wealthy. Like, I'm not making a buttload of money. Like, I just now, for the first time in my life, have a 1-month savings fund. And I'm 32. It's the first time in my life I've ever had 1 month worth of savings. So, like, I'm not rich. Now, with Global Comics, I am privileged in the sense that, like, I do get to travel for work. I'm very blessed that they provide that opportunity for me and stuff. Hi, Jambi, what's up? But at the same time, like, I had to work to get the job. And now that I'm here, I have to work and I have to do things. I'm not going to cons and, like, la 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 la, I get to do whatever I want and it's fun. Like, I have to work. I'm not there to just go goof off. So, I mean, just go do the thing. Go do it. Don't say, oh, I wish this, I wish that. Just go do it. Are you still the store manager? What are you talking about? No? I was never a store manager. I used to run a gas station. Or a set of gas stations, but I haven't done that since 2018. Right? Yeah, I'm not ready for 2024. I'm not ready. So not ready. Oh, I need the hairbrush thing, yeah. This is eventually just going to be filled in with like basically all black, so I mostly just need the silhouette. Super stressful. You should put these on a different layer. Just need the silhouette for these. So this one, these are going to be tighter braids, and then I'll just manually add the black hair different. Let me put in like the rest of its hairline and stuff so that I can go ahead and put in that autofill. That would be nice. Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah, yeah, that was when I worked at a gas station. I don't do that anymore. I haven't done that in years. I don't think that would work with this particular hairstyle. Let's see. Snowed in. We have some snow here. It's actually gonna snow more tonight. Hope you're staying warm wherever you are. I heard, dude, Mango, did you hear how fast those tickets for Anime NYC sold out? She would just melt. I love snow. I like snow, but see, I also get to remote work now, so maybe I'm a little spoiled. yeah, see, that's a big difference. Huge difference. I remember those days. I don't mind showing you guys where I used to live, so, like, I'm okay showing you guys now. This, because I don't live in that city anymore. But at one point, I lived in a city called, Sioux Falls. Oh man, well, it came up in my Facebook, like, memory thing, and I saw it and I went, oh my gosh, I do not remember it being that cold. Is it this one? Okay, couple things about this screenshot I would like y'all to recognize. This is in Fahrenheit, okay, fam, this is in good old Fahrenheit. Here's the... Look at this part. You see this part right here where it says 544? Do you know where I was at 544? At the bus stop. The bus stop that didn't have a shelter. So I'm standing outside, and it's a breezy -31 degrees. Oh man. God, that fucking sucked. Oh man. So I feel you, Lychee. I completely feel you, bro. This bus, oh my god, this bus. So this bus, like, left at, I think it was like 4:37 or something, and it was about an hour to an hour and 15 minutes between buses. And so the next bus didn't come by until about 5:45, 5:50. And so I would just be standing at, like, but I didn't get off work until 4:30, right? So I had 7 minutes to run a mile, but the problem was, the mile wasn't straight. It wasn't like a straight shot. Like, it curved and went around some businesses and stuff. So, like, I never got there in time. So, like, by the time I got to the bus stop, it would be, like, I could usually get there in about 10, 15 minutes. if I pushed it, and that was because like part of it was uphill and stuff too, and like when you're carrying all your shit with you, like, and it's like 31 degrees outside, you don't feel like walking very fast. So like I would get there and I'd just stand there at the bus stop, and I'd have to wait for like 45 minutes, 45 to 30 minutes. Oh, why don't you just call an Uber? Well, because family, when you only have to go 12 miles and they charge you $30 one way, you're like, hell to the F no. No way. I am not paying like $25 to go 12 miles. Like, I ain't that cold. I will stand out here and suffer in silence and be proud that I'm saving money. Yeah. This is why I wanted to work at Global Comics. It's because this is what I was doing. I was working in a print shop. And this is what I had to deal with in the wintertime. I hated it. And then I got my Jeep, which was nice. Like, once I got the Jeep, everything was fine. But that was years ago. That was 2021, I think. 2020. It was 20. Yeah, 2020. Because at that time I was still living at the apartments near the mall. Yeah, I was living at the apartments near the mall at the time. Because the next winter is when I had my car. No, I didn't have my car because I had fucked up my drive shaft. My drive shaft had splintered. Literally drive shaft splintered on my Jeep. I had to pay $700 for a new one. Ugh. Oh my gosh, pure ice. Ooh, ugh. The cops stole your car? What? They stole? How did they steal your car? Like, were you part of a chase or something? What's the story behind? Now I need to know, because now I'm emotionally invested. I wish. Let's see. Okay. I gotta read this out loud now. No, so it basically was wintertime, right? So car battery instability from the cold. I was going down the road at 4 a.m. because we clocked at 5. Battery dies. Car won't restart. But it's cool because roads are clear at the time. I'm in a 4-lane center left, which means even if there were other cars, they had ways around me. I wasn't... I'm sorry, like I'm trying to read like I'm like narrating something silly. Which means if there were other cars, they had ways around me. I wasn't obstructing or any turning lanes. Anyways, so cops go past on the other side of the road. 5 minutes go by and they pull up behind me. This big bald dude gets out. I don't know where their accent came from. This big bald dude. This big bald dude comes out. This big bald dude gets out, comes over, asks for the usual. And that's why then asks why I'm sitting in the road. I say the battery died. Asks if anyone's coming to get me. I'm like, yeah, I called my mom. She lives 10 minutes away, over and redacted. He says, verbatim, okay, well tell her she has 5 minutes to get here or we're towing it. Which is insane. Oh, yeah. Damn. Jesus. Yeah, that sucks. Yeah, the whole, like, obstructing traffic near the middle of the road. Like, yeah, that sucks. Okay. Oh, we're not done yet. Okay. So obviously, tow truck. My mom gets there in her truck, and we can't move it to the side of the road, because they called for the tow truck. We wait another 15 minutes doing nothing till the tow truck gets there. He pulls up. The officer is like, "Hey man, how you been? I haven't seen you in forever." Like they're celebrating at a party. Oh my gosh, dude. What the fuck? That's wild. Like, so you were able to move it, and then they're like, "Well, too bad we've already called the tow truck." That's so dumb. Dang. So I'm sitting there waiting as they tow the truck, and the officer's like, "Why aren't you getting out?" because unfortunately, like eventually they can pull you out. Like they can force you out of your car eventually. You told me not to do anything. Malicious compliance. I like it. Sorry, autosave. There we go. That's funny. Well, officer, you told me not to do it. Well, actually, you told me not to do anything. So, do nothing I did. I'll bet they like that. So I get out, get in the truck with my mom, and they tow my car, and mom takes me to work. Damn, that sucks. You couldn't get it out. It was just too much. Too much money. Oh man, yeah, because it was dead, right? Yeah. The only thing is like you could have taken like a jumper to there. Like they have like electric jumpers you can carry with you. That would be the only thing you would have to do, but it would kind of depend. Like even then, depending on like the battery, maybe it wouldn't have like rebooted or whatever. That's what I have to. That's what I do for like my Jeep. Is I just carry like a it's like a charged jumper with me. And if I see someone stuck on the side of the road or they need a jump, like I just use it for them or I use it for me or whatever. It's been like hands down the best purchase of my entire life. Because I will never get stuck now. Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately those jumpers can be like $300. Unfortunately. The one I did get has been nothing but a money sink. Damn, that sucks. I'm sorry. The Jeep that I have, I actually bought from my mom, and when I first bought it, I had to sink $700 into it right away. So like, I did the right. So like, I got the car. Like my family are truck drivers, right? So, like I assumed that my mom knew how to take care of her vehicle. And when I took it in, like afterwards, like I trusted her, like I paid for it, and I trusted her, and I took it in to get it looked at. They hadn't changed the oil. Get this, in 13,000 miles, they hadn't changed the oil. Like, and it had been like 3 or 4 years. And I was like, well, one, they asked me, like, they actually came out and got me and said, when did you last change the oil on this? I'm like, oh, I don't know, it's my mom's car, like, I just bought it. It's like, I called her up, and then when she told me, I was like, are you kidding me? Like, oh, well, it's a farm car, like, we don't do anything with it. I'm like, but you still have to maintain it. Like, so that was the first thing. The second thing was there was core showing, like, and this was my fault for not checking that part. That's on me. Like on 2 tires, one on each side, there was core showing. If you don't know what that means, it's very bad. It means that the tread of the tire had worn down so much the core of the tire was showing. That's what that means. It's extremely not bueno. And it's amazing that I made it 60 miles without it blowing up on me. So I had to replace all of the tires, because when you buy car tires, you can't just buy one. You have to buy it for the other side as well, because you got to keep the car balanced. If you buy a new tire on the front left, you have to buy a new tire on the front right. Like, that's just what you have to do. And so I was like, you know what? Let me just buy a whole set. Because I might as well just get new tires. I might as well just have new tires. Especially in South Dakota with our winters up there. I was like, let me just get new tires. So I went ahead and had to get new tires. So between, like, the extra special oil change and the tires, I think, like, my first bill that was like $800 something. Like, literally the day that I finally got it paid off. And that didn't even count registering it and stuff. Like, the transfer of sale, the transfer title, blah, 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 like, registering, all that fun stuff. Which isn't that much in South Dakota, it's not that bad. I mean, even here, like, it costs more money here, like, in Tennessee, to get my car registered every year. I think it's like $80 or something every year. Which isn't that bad, really. But we don't have a state income tax, either. So, like, we pay, like, higher taxes than other places. Sorry guys, I get distracted and like talk too much sometimes, and then I stop drawing. It's a bad habit I'm working in. My dad is banned forever studying. Real what? No, that's not real. Are you being legit? What did he do? Dude, my family's military. They're all mechanics. I know how to take care of cars. Just my family just didn't do it. I trusted my family. The problem was I trusted my family to take care of the vehicle. Because they have no reason to not take care of the vehicle. And I shouldn't have trusted them to take care of the vehicle. And because I trusted them to take care of the vehicle, I bought a car that needed a bunch of work right away. So, never again will I trust them. So that was my bad. That was my dum-dum. Let me make this on a color later. Really annoying? Okay, this one. Alright. So basically, what I have to do with this part is I just have to layer it. And then what I'll do is, basically I'm using this as a sketch. And then what I'll do is I'll go in afterwards and like edit and like redraw as I need to. And then from here, they're going to need to be angled a bit more. So I'm going to put this on its own layer temporarily. And then the rest I'll just draw myself. So this should be the layer. Oh, is there something on this one? Oh, okay. Alright, so now let's go in and use this. Oh, it's this one. There we go. With this one go here. This one go this way. Let's see. Goodman, he was such a hellion as a kid growing up that there was really good obviously kids him out of state. He fled Florida. I'm not finding home to be there. Jeez. Goodness gracious. I want to watch this documentary. I thought I was already his cowboy. Oh my goodness. Florida man. The one, the only Florida man. He'll fit right in with the rest of the Florida man. You guys know about the Florida man meme? He'll fit in with the rest of them. I got this beef jerky. Oh my god, guys, it is so good. It's like if prosciutto was jerky. And that's what this is. So good. Or like tartare. If you take tartare and make it like beef jerky, that's what it is. Oh my god, it's so good. Think like super thin like prosciutto, but make it slightly peppery, and like right in the middle like a tartare. So good. It's one of the nice things now. I worked really hard last year and I got a lot of debt paid off. And now I can actually like buy food and enjoy what I'm eating. Like, if I want to get a really nice thing of beef jerky every once in a while, I can. And I don't feel bad about it. Like, the other day, I went out to, like, eat some sushi, and I spent, like, $65, and I didn't feel bad. Like, I didn't have to, for the first time in a long time, before, like, I went out to eat, I didn't have to check my bank account before I got there. It was really nice. I got some of these lines on here. And this, I'm gonna make help. Just like in, my own shop. I can buy food? Hell yeah, I can buy food. I buy too much food, that's my problem. Well, it's not my problem anymore. I'm like hardcore budgeting now. I have like my entire budget set up and everything. I don't know if you guys know this about me yet. Some of you do. I love math. I love math. I love physics. I love chemistry. I balance chemical equations for fun. Like, I love math. And I liked budgeting before, but I didn't really like take the budgets that I made seriously. So like, I knew what I needed to do. I knew what math I needed to get me out of my financial situation, but I never actually did the thing. You know what I mean? Like, I knew better, and I still made bad decisions. And now I'm finally in a place where, now I'm not like living up or whatever, but like, if an emergency happens, I'm okay. Like, I have 1 month's worth of expenses saved up, which is the first step, by the way. So like, financial stability is like, pay your minimums on everything for as long as it takes. You pay all your minimums, and then like put everything else that you can towards it. Like a 1 month savings fund, which will cover any emergency that you might need. And then after you get your 1 month's savings fund, like then start increasing, like paying off your debt and stuff. And like, I took all this advice, and it worked. Like, the only debt I have left is my student loans. It's the only debt I have left now. Everything else has been paid off. But also, I think a lot of people eat too much. In general. Like, they buy too much food. And they waste it. Like, at least the people in my life, they waste a lot of food. One of the things that I've been doing that really helps is I only buy a week's worth of groceries at a time. Like, I actively plan what I'm going to buy, and then I only buy those things. Helps me stay on track, helps me stay in my budget. Is it a little annoying having to go to the store every week? Yeah. And then I only go that one time, unless it's like an emergency and I need it. Otherwise I have to wait until like the next day that I can go. And that's really helped a lot too. Just like, being like, oh, too bad, like you forgot X, like now you gotta deal with it. Now I'm not giving financial advice, I'm just saying like this is what's worked for me. I have a channel, a YouTube channel that I can recommend to you guys, if you want. Literally one of my favorite YouTube channels right now, so I like listening to it while I work. Like, what's really neat about the channel, like, I might as well talk about it, like, what's really neat about the channel is, like, he digs into people's finances, but he brings in people from, like, all walks of life, like, really doing really well, doing really bad. Oh, I gotta sneeze. Ooh, excuse me. And he basically, like, looks at their finances for, like, X period of time, And like basically says like this is what you're wasting money on. This is like this isn't what's valuable to you. And then he actually like gives them advice like this is what I would do to like get yourself out of the hole that you're in. Ooh, excuse me. It's really really cool, honestly, just to like see other people's situations, and then it makes you feel like for me it makes me feel way better with my own situation. It's like oh well, at least I don't have like that kind of debt. Or at least I'm not in that kind of situation, you know, like stuff like that. And then there are some people that are just like absolutely like rage-inducing on the show. Where you're like, how can you be that irresponsible, fam? Like, damn. I'd really like to go on the show someday, to be completely honest. Like, it's called Financial Audit, by a channel called Caleb Hammer. I really like his channel. He grew so fast. I think he's at like over 100, like 800,000, and he started at like 30,000 at the beginning of last year when I found his channel. So he grew really really quickly. And what's really nice about it is he's like our age, right? But he's not like, ooh, I'm a big financial guru. He's like, I can't give you financial. He's like, I can't give you this kind of advice. I can't give you that kind of advice. Like, if I were you, this is what I would do. So he's really like down to earth about it, and not like I'm trying to sell you stocks and stuff. Like he's not that kind of guy. It's one of my favorite channels, at least right now. What's everyone working on? Any goals for the year that you guys have? Anyone also working on their comic? Are we body doubling? Let me know. Hey, Michael, what's up? How you doing? Doing pretty good. Working on some character work. We had to redraw. Ooh, too far. Had to redraw this cover. I'm sure you've seen it before. Had to redraw this cover to match his new design. So that's what I'm working on. And mostly because I'm rebooting the series in general, so gotta go through the updates and stuff. You know how it goes. I'm actually gonna hide his tattoo in this version, so what I'll do is I'll make this enhance. Because you can't really see the tattoo from that angle, so there's no point in showing it. I might just redraw the whole hand. Yeah, let me do it. Let's see. Been going through an inner narrative shift. The stories I've been making I can't connect with now. I mean, that happens. I think that happens. That's fair. I think, yeah, if you're realizing that you want different types of stories, then do that. I think a lot of us do that. Like, I used to be very into, like, I want to tell a shonen type of story. And, like, over the last couple of years, I've kind of moved, like, away from shonen. As far as, like, the type of story I want to tell. I don't want to do shonen anymore. Which is funny, because that's exactly what my one-shot is. But, it's okay. I don't mind doing it every once in a while, as long as it's not something I do, like, all the time. Sorry guys, I'm making a lot of noise. I'm hungry. Oh, angry. Sorry guys, I just had my Discord go off. Like, what do you think about it has changed? Not respect anymore. See, now I'm getting too many layers in here. Too many layers, damn. I'm gonna have to merge a couple things. Oh, that's how I do it. Oh, I was wondering how I did that. I just figured it out. Hell yeah, go me. Solving my own problems. I knew there was a way to convert a layer to a true monochrome layer, and I couldn't figure out what it was. This music is super dramatic, y'all. Super dramatic. It's, interestingly enough, called Innocence. Oh, I love this one. One of my favorite ones. Listen to this one for a little bit. The neurodivergent urge to listen to the same song for 3 hours. Seinen Supernatural Southern Gothic. What do you mean by Southern Gothic? That's not a phrase I've heard before. What do you mean by Southern Gothic? Like, y'all come back now, Southern? Or Southern is in, like, something else? Is that a technical term? Or Southern as in, like where it's located? Is that... Yeah, I've never heard the term Southern Gothic before. I must know. Fascinating. No, it's okay. I love hearing how people describe their work. Like, that's what makes it so cool. Oh my god, stop. This is creepy. Focus. Hey, bruh, what's up? How you doing? How are you? I'm sorry, is it bro or bruh or something else? I'm trying to make sure I know how to address everybody. Pretty sure it's bruh, but I want to double check. It's bruh. Got it. I'm trying to get out of that habit because I know for some people they aren't comfortable with that. But I'm trying to like, I'm trying to break that habit. Because like where I grew up, it was like a completely neutral term. Like when you like the cat was bro, like the fork was bro, the car is bro. So I'm trying to use bruh. Yeah. Yeah. Same. Yeah, I'm they them too. So, I mean, I don't really care what people use, but I prefer them. But I don't really care what people use for me. I have quite a few people out there that think I'm male, like they think I'm actually a dude, which is fine. I don't care. I just find it fascinating that they think because I make a seinen manga, I'm a man. What? Really? Really think like you're trying to fetishize it or something? It's weird. People are gonna people, I guess. It is glorious fishtail. I just realized they use a lot of sea elements in my comic, or in my manga. They use a lot of like elements that are like nautical in nature. Yeah. Jeez. Jump scared myself. Jump scared myself with that one. Forever? Yeah. People are gonna people, I guess. Where's my liner layers now? Hell yeah. Cool. I prefer to work on more if I can. Sorry you guys get to watch the incredibly boring inking session. I'm really sorry. No, inking's not the most fun thing to watch. My inking style is chaotic. Honestly, the best way I can describe it is just chaos, man. I draw in ink like I would with a pencil. I don't let the fact that I'm using ink change how I draw. I just draw the same way. I either draw with white or I draw with black. Like that's really the only difference. Because I still pretend like I'm drawing with a pencil. It's just like stark black or stark white, really. Like this is a perfect example. This is a perfect example. So I have to draw the lip of his his wrap, like his waist wrap. So instead of like going in and like trying to draw both tiny little lines, I just draw with white. Make my life easier. Same thing here, like I'll probably throw in a little bit of a like, you know, let these stand out a little bit. You know, and it doesn't have to be exact, because if you get too exact, it looks too perfect, and then it looks wrong. So just don't try to make it too perfect. And like be scratchy with it. Like, at least in terms of like how I do it for me. Like I don't sit here and try to like perfect it or whatever. Like this in here, it doesn't really, it's not clean, it's not neat. You know, especially in here, like this area right here, you can see that they don't line up. Like they're like that, but that's okay. Like it's fine. Because ultimately, when you zoom back out, you're not going to see it. Like when I zoom out, you don't really notice it that much. It's not a detail that you care about. You just care that there's like a lighter line around it to like separate it a little bit. You know. Yeah. So like, don't get picky. Don't get picky with it. Like, try to pretend you're still using a mechanical pencil, and then just draw with white or draw with black. And being organic. You're organic. No, you. You're not a real dad. Stop it. Something if the idea of drawing with ink is really scary, my suggestion would be to get a sketchbook and draw in ink with no sketch beforehand. Draw like get a Bic pen, like the BIC pens. Get one of those and sketch with it. That's the best tool that I've found to help people kind of relax with their inking. And the reason is a Bic pen, and that's why I like this particular brush. You can get these really nice lighter lines. You can also get these really nice thick lines. It's really, and I've dimmed how sensitive this one is a little bit. If you get a bigger brush, it's a little bit easier to see. So yeah, I can still get these really fine thin lines. But the same thickness. I'm not changing my brush size. That's just my hands. You know, adjusting, you know, doing all this. Like that's just my hand. So training yourself to have a really, really light hand is going to help you with inking, to give you more control. And one of the best ways to do that is to start drawing in ink all the time, rather than just forcing yourself to do a sketch. Another really great exercise is to do exercises like this. that force you to try to like be consistent with like your line and your line thickness. So like let's try to gamble with really light lines. And you want to be consistent in like the length, like see how long these lines are and how thick they are. Like you want to try to be consistent. So like it's all the same pen. Like I didn't change any of the settings. All I changed was how hard I was drawing. And so by doing like exercises like that, and then exercises like this where you're just practicing hatching, are really, really helpful. To start, like if you're like what I would do to start with exercises like this, to get comfortable with your inking hand, I'll just show you the exercise that I do. Usually what I'll do is I'll like make a new layer, put in a color. I'll make it, oops. I'll grab like a pen and I'll make like a boundary for myself, and then I have to fill that boundary with something. So I'll break it into 4 different parts, and then I'll go back to my original brush here. Original layer. Alright, so now I'm going to practice doing so I struggled a little bit with that angle. Alright, let's try going straight up and down. But being consistent. Not horrible, but I struggled at first. And that's okay. And let's try this angle. Slightly angled. See, I took a break. And see what happened when I took a break, when I stopped, it made this a little bit thicker. So now let's try going this way. You know what? Let me start over. I'll let myself start over. You know, so like, I didn't do super hot, but also, like, I didn't do my warm-ups like I usually do. Doing exercises like this are really, really great, is they help teach you those things. Another way to use this sort of square practice is to do, like, cross-hatching practices. So 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Stuff like this is really, really good practice. They call this kakeami. Kakeami. So, or like, oh, it's my brain is suddenly forgetting how to do it. Kake. I can't, my brain is. Kakeami. I only forgot how to write kana for a minute. My sensei would do it in front of me. So stuff like this is really, really good practice too. Is one, it forces you to slow down and like really work on some of your basic skills. And this is just an exercise you can do for yourself. If you want to make this type of thing harder, you can also do 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. And then if you want to start overlapping them, you can. So like, let's say, like I want this to get darker as we go. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. See what I mean? You're able to create that like grade as you go, and like that's how you practice. Like some of your like basic inking is it's not necessarily like you can do like actual shading like that. You can actually do stuff like that if you want. But there are screen tones in Clip Studio that will do that for you, and there are like traditional screen tones that you can also do. But if you want to hand practice those things, you totally can. And you know, I usually like to make this like little grid thing, and I'll do it on traditional paper too. I'll go grab the various pens that I have, like even like actual brush pens, and like practice with it. So like learn to get that sensitive hand, not because, oh, like I need to be able to do every single mark that exists. Your hand can already do every single mark that exists. It's just you learning how to say, this is the line that I am choosing to make, and I can confidently make the line that I'm choosing to make. I hope that makes sense. Oops. I said to erase, please. Miso, you're not coming up here, baby. You're gonna come up here, you're gonna sit right here. There's nowhere else for you, baby. Miso's my cat, if you guys don't know. I'm gonna show you my cat, Miso. Here's my cat, Miso. Hey, Miso. Yeah? Yeah. Yeah? Mm-hmm. What is it about? Pets, 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 pets. Yeah. You being a good girl, Miso? Yeah? Yeah? She just wants some pets. Miso break, everybody! Miso break! Yeah. Alright, yep. Do a quick miso break, everyone. I need to add some text to this that says miso break. Yeah. Yeah. I have like a BRB one, but I'm just sitting here, so. That's unnecessary. I'm like slowly making all of these things. So I can like have a slightly more like official looking stream. Which, by the way, while we're here, if you guys haven't, I would appreciate a like on the video. It helps my channel grow and helps let YouTube know that you like what I do. If you haven't subscribed yet, please do, and make sure you hit the bell so that you don't miss any future notifications for streams. If you'd like to follow me on Twitter, you can find me at ArtCrumbs with 2 S's. And if you haven't checked out Godsbane, you can check out Godsbane on Global Comics. I was number 9 on the platform in 2023, so I think I'm doing pretty cool. So, and now we'll go back to our amazing cat Miso, who's adorbs. Miso, you want to say hi to all your fans? I don't know if you guys can hear her. Try. Yeah? What? You don't want to say hi? No. Goober. I don't know if you guys heard her, but I tried. I need to get a miso cam set up so that while I'm drawing, like, you guys can watch her. What Babs? What Babs? What is it, Babs? What's going on? I call her Babs. You guys haven't noticed yet. What is it, Babs? What? What? What is that? What is it? Is that a string? Yeah. What's that? Yeah? Sorry, I'm just goofing around with my cat a little bit. So, okay, alright. I got to stretch my hands, I got to play with Miso. Probably shouldn't say those two things one after another. Right, how long have I been live? Alright, so I've been live for an hour and 45 minutes. I'll probably go another 15 minutes. Alright, almost done with the inking here. And then we can start putting the image back together. We're almost done, you guys. I've just been kind of procrastinating a little bit, so. Oops. Anyway, yeah, if you guys ever have questions about like what I'm doing or like the inking that I do or the techniques or whatever, like never like hesitate to just like reach out and ask. And as you guys have noticed, I'm very happy to give demos and stuff. Discord is busy today. Let's do horses. I'm like, back to work. Back to work. Yeah, exactly, kitty cam. Yeah, that's exactly what I would like to do. I think people would like to have a kitty cam. Misa, you got the itchies again? You've been itching for like 10 minutes. You okay over there? You okay, girl? You okay? Yeah. Right, that's alright. That was really weird. That's the squish squish. That's the noise that I make when I like. Oh, I forgot to change it back. You guys didn't tell me. Sorry, I've been drawing for like 2 minutes now. I'm sorry. My bad. Miso. Yeah. I love this cat. I love this cat so much. Yeah. She's such a cuddle bug at night. It's really adorable, honestly. Now she wants me to like pet her all night. And I'm like, Miso, I gotta get to work. Oh my god, Miso. She's like, are you gonna pet me? You gonna pet me now? Alright, let's get my black fill, my lasso brush here. What you doing, Miso? Yeah. Yeah. She really likes her eardrop too. You know, one of the things, this is like a really weird factoid, so I apologize if this is like freaks anybody out. I did not know people had really, really long toes, because like my toes are extremely short. Like, they look like they're one knuckle, okay? Like, that's how short my toes are. And I did not know that people had such long toes. Like, some of them are long as like a pinky finger. Like, that's how long people's toes are. I had zero idea that people had really long toes. And I didn't know until I went to college. And then, like, I just never paid attention to it. Like, I never looked at people's feet. Like, when when they wore sandals or something, like I just never, or that, or just like I blacked it out and like I just never paid attention to it. And like when I was in art school, like drawing people's feet, I was like, what is that? Is that your foot? I was like, what? And I realized that, like, seriously, like, my toes are so tiny, like, compared to everyone else's. Like, it was such a really, like, it was a silly thing, But it literally looks like my toes are 2 joints. They look infinitely tiny compared to everyone else's feet. And I've been so insecure about them for so long. Just random anecdote of the day. Like random anecdote. Sorry guys if that's like a weird anecdote, but it's like random stuff that I've noticed. Being an artist is people have really long toes. Too many names. Simplify this. Well, like, when you go to art school and you're forced to draw people's feet all the time, suddenly you notice stuff. You notice things. You're like, I didn't know that before. It makes you, like, super cognizant of, like, certain things. Yeah, it looks really bizarre. And I'm like, am I normal? Is this not normal? Question mark? Alright, let's start doing fills. I'm ready to start doing fills. Actually, do I want to do? Yeah, it's okay. I need to stop being so freaked out about doing fills from here. It'll be fine. I'm a little weird about hair for whatever reason. I don't like doing the fills on my liner for whatever reason. I never have, but it's only been for hair specifically. But really though, some artists go, don't look at Bleach. I don't read Bleach. I didn't like Bleach. I couldn't. I did read the first volume, but I never read anything after that. I didn't like it enough to keep reading. And that might hurt some PPs, but no, I just wasn't into it. No, again, that's not saying that it's bad. It just wasn't my flavor. Alright, so I'm leaving some spaces open, just because I want to be sure there's some highlights. Like there are some, and what I'm going to do is I'm filling in a lot of these really loosely. Let's see. How did I think I just, yeah, they're just black fills with some white lines. Basically what I'm going to do is I'm going in, I'm filling these in really loosely. I'm not being too tight with them, because I'm going to be redrawing over them later anyway. So I'm kind of just doing like a quick loose fill. So I'm not going to be too picky about it. There's no reason to be. It's hair, it's not perfect, so, I mean, like, you know, work smarter, not harder kind of thing. Why be picky about it when you don't have to be? Oops, Here. Hey, what's up? I'll question why people are talking about feet later. We were talking about feet because I was drawing his shoes. Like I was drawing his shoes, and I made like a comment that I didn't realize like how big people's feet were, like their toes. I didn't realize how long people's toes were until I went to art school. Innocent question, innocent statement, I promise. My manga is a supernatural seinen manga about this guy Aros here. He makes a deal with the God of the Dead, saying, "Hey, revive this woman that I really need for super special reasons that I can't tell you, and you know, like, and you can have my soul." And the God goes, "Yeah, no, fam, that's not good enough for me." And so Aro says, "Oh, what can I do? Like, what can I do to sweeten the deal for you?" And the God says, "All right, you have to steal souls from me." And Aros is like, "Ooh, that's a really hard bargain because I'm a healer. I heal people. So now you want me to both heal people and kill people? Okay." So we have this sort of like double-sided character here, sort of like an anti-hero, Byronic anti-hero kind of character, where he's a healer during the day, but he's also stealing souls at night to be able to revive a friend of his who he needs to like you know, to fight the bad guy or whatever. So I don't know why that sounded really dismissive at the end. That is indeed why he needs her. So I'll show you some of the work in progress pages if you like. So I've got some pages that are kind of a work in progress right now. I'm redoing the cover. What is that stupid line about lifeguards? Yeah. So, yep, I've got, like, this is sort of like the cover that I'm working on. I just started putting in my flats, so I need to finish up the inking for that. And then here, like, here, let me actually hide this temporarily. Here's some, work in progress cover, or, yeah, work in progress pages. So I've just started putting in some, like, the first round of text and dialogue, and then I'll sort it out later. I temporarily let the dialogue turn off here, but yeah, just starting to put in pages, starting to get stuff put together. You can see I don't really do my pages in order. So yeah, just work in progress stuff basically. And then after that, it's all like dialogue and stuff I still need to actually do, like the actual like sketches for. But I do have a pilot up in it's in my YouTube description, or I can give it to you if you like. Of like sort of like the first draft that I did. I put out two chapters of sort of like a rough try, a feel, kind of see what the reception would be like if people would actually want to read it, that kind of thing. If you like, I can give you a link. Grab that for you. Right now, what I'm doing is I'm going in and putting in my ink flats so that I can start doing my white line art. And I'll show you the general idea I have for the background. I have most of it done. It's just making it fit because I actually had the cover done already, but I had to edit it to make it fit the current character's design. So I'm actually just editing the cover rather than like redrawing it. I'll just open up the original cover. I'll open up like a flat version of it and I'll show you what the original cover looks like. Let's see, that would be open. No, I don't know where to put it. Desktop. Manga. 2022. I need to make a 2023 folder. Exports. Alright, here's the really small one. Here's the original cover. This is what it originally looked like. But the character design isn't accurate anymore. This is actually a pretty old one. Goes back to like last June or something. So I need to go in. This size is like the small version, so it's a little blurry now. But this is like the old design, so I'm going in, editing it, and so it'll look roughly like this once it's finished. All I'm doing is just changing his individual design. Dude, I've been working on Godsbane for 14 years. Yeah, I've been working on writing it for 14 years. I started it back in it'll be almost 15 years now. Yeah, I started it in 2009 when I was studying animation. And it was sort of just like a silly little project that I had. I was drawing like a fox and like a small bird character, like just for funsies together. And one of my animation teachers was like, how do they know each other? I'm like, gee, I don't know. That's a great question. And so I've spent the last 14 years trying to answer that question. However, I've had 2 jobs, I went through college, I had an internship at a manga publisher, and then, I had to, get stable, and I have debt to pay, so, the majority of the time that I wasn't in college, which was 6 years, I've been, struggling, trying to get on my feet financially, and so, I've always had to work 2 jobs. And it's only been in the last 2 years that I've actually had the time to, really devote to, the art side of Godsbane. So yeah, that's kind of where we are now. I spent the first 2 years putting out a couple trial and errors, seeing what I felt like, working on the character design, that kind of thing. And I think I'm finally ready to make the actual commitment. So yeah, I'm really excited about it. It's about dang time. You know what I mean? Just time to make the commitment. Right? Yeah, 15 years, but to be fair, I had college in there, I was homeless twice, just a lot of things going on in those 15 years. And that's not counting the time I need to actually draw the damn thing. It's gonna take me at least another, it's gonna be at least another 6 years. At least. My legs getting stiff, fam. Yeah, my legs really hurting all of a sudden. Probably what I get for sitting for so long. It's my own damn fault. So do you make manga too? I'm always curious to like meet the other creators that like come into my chats and stuff. No? Hey, Justin, what's up? Yeah, I just finished like doing a one shot for submission to Viz, and so I figured today I would take to sort of work on like my main manga, like the series that I'm working on versus like just the one shot. I've been working on that one shot for like 2 months, and now that I have feedback for it, kind of, I figured I'd take a break and work on some of my series stuff. And yeah, because I have a meeting with Hisashi-san on Monday, so I'll chat with him later. So I figure I take a couple days and just go do some fun stuff. Which, fun for me, means staying up all night and making manga instead of going to sleep like a normal person. Oh, thank you. Yeah, yep, I did submit it to Manga Plus in May of last year. I got 7th in the month of May. So I did pretty decently. The problem was is the first chapter introduced too many. The feedback that I got from others was that it introduced too many characters. At least the pilot that I put up, it introduced too many characters too fast. So that's why I thought I would go ahead and take some time to redo it, and then resubmit. Which was good feedback. It was really good feedback. So I've been like going back and reworking it. That's why I did all these like page redraws and stuff. So I did like all these page redraws so that I can make sure I did better this time around. Yeah. That's kind of the problem that Hisashi-san said to me too. Is he's like, you know your story so well and you've worked with it for so long, that like you forget what the reader doesn't know. And I'm like, yeah, that's true. Editing is hard. Yeah, that's why like I'm really glad that I have Hisashi-san, and he gave me feedback on Godsbane too, but I want to ask him for more feedback on Godsbane. Like I want to send a new chapter to him and be like, can I get feedback on this? Is that okay? Does it have to be about the one shot only? I'll pay you for it. But I don't have the courage to ask him that. And I don't want to waste his time. He's probably so busy. No, I don't want to waste his time. I just feel bad. I mean, that's what he's there for, but that's literally what he's there for. I mean, he's not there to like be my slave or whatever. He's there because he's there to help and give feedback and stuff. I should ask him. I'll ask him on Monday when I talk to him. Yeah, maybe ask. Yeah, oh, that's a really good idea. That's a really good idea. Yeah, like ask if I can schedule a time for it. Yeah, I'm probably gonna wait until I have a little bit more of it done, as far as like the name. That's what I do for the one shot. Is I have the name ready, and then we talk about it. So I'll probably wait because I have a bunch of pages I don't have. Let's see. I have a bunch of pages that I don't have done yet. They're still in script form. see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I have 8 more pages I gotta rough out. So I'll probably rough out those 8 pages and then ask him. Because I already have to redo my one-shot again. So, yeah. And he doesn't really give me deadlines specifically. It's more like, I would like to have it by this time. You know, if you can't make it, that's okay. So, because, you know, I'm not, like, official or anything, it's just, like, you know, general mentorship. Like, I'd like to hear from you again by this time. You know, so, it was nice. He was really, like, patient with all the holidays and stuff that happened, so. He's really patient, yeah, exactly. Like a wiggle room deadline. Yeah, he's really, like, kind and patient about that kind of stuff. Truly blessed. Anyway, how you doing, Dustin? I feel like anyone should try to submit, because you never know, man. Like, you never know who you're gonna get to talk to, so. Who knows? You may just get to talk to the legendary Turn and Jump editor himself. I thought it was a prank at first. When I realized I was gonna get to chat with him, I thought it was a prank. I thought it was a joke. I'm like, there's no way this is, like, actually him. Surprise, it was. Spoiler alert, it was. Not ready. I think, yeah. Hey, Demi, what's up? How you doing? See, 2 hours is the magical number. If you stream long enough, like, suddenly a bunch of people just pop in and they're like, hey! And I'm like, hey, I wasn't ready. Like, I've noticed, like, 2 to 3 hours is, like, the magic number for streaming, usually. Somewhere in there. Hey, guys, thanks for all the likes! Thank you! Yeah. I appreciate your support. If you guys want to be super duper awesome, you could drop me a super chat, or you can make a donation in the at the link in the description. You want to be super duper cool, but I will not judge you if you do not do so. So please feel free to just love me in the chat. Say nice things, whisper sweet nothings to Aros' ear, because he would like that. He would. Also, like, YouTube changed the way they do ads for, like, live streams and stuff. Like, it's now, like, focus on your live stream and let YouTube insert ads for you. And I'm like, why would I let you do that? When historically in some of my videos, like, for some of my earlier videos, I was like, oh, like, I'm gonna trust YouTube to, like, put them in at, like, you know, like, appropriate spots. And there were times where they would literally put, like, 5 or 6 breaks in, like, 1 minute after each other. And I was like, if you can't handle that, you cannot handle my live streams. So, no, I will manually put my ads in for my live streams. And I'm still thinking about how I want to do that. I don't want to do that. So, just like how you do it on Twitch, right? Like with Twitch, like you can manually put in like a stream or something, or like an ad break. I want to do that. But I want to wait until I have like a special like screen for it or something. That way I can like let people know, hey guys, we're gonna take a break. Like get up, go walk around, go get something, go get a drink or whatever. And then like we'll come back. Like I want to do something like that, rather than just like letting YouTube like throw in like any ads that it wants, however often it wants. You know what I mean? So I'm trying to think of like a better way to sort of like work with my viewers to be able to do that versus just letting YouTube like run the hen house. Yeah. But I want to wait until like I have like a proper like notification system for that to like let my viewers know. Okay, let's see. Dustin said, it's been busy. I went to a wedding earlier. Been driving everywhere between that and work. Lol. Yeah, same. Same. Been getting ready, like getting the global comics year ready. Like, you know, like the first year or the first part of the year is just like, OMG, we're back from break, but we also have to like performance reviews and roadmap planning and like initiatives and like, oh gosh, it's just a lot of stuff at the beginning of the year. You know what I mean? So getting ready for all the new year and all the new goals and the new projects and just it's kind of what I've been doing the first couple weeks. And I just finally cleaned off my whiteboard and I got a printer, so now I can actually like print out things, so that I can like stay more organized for Global Comics stuff. If you guys didn't know, I work for Global Comics. Lots of good stuff going on over there. I'm so excited for some of the stuff we have going on. Can't wait. Yeah. Yup, you know exactly what I'm talking about. There's also like the planning for conventions and doing this and doing that, and we're gonna do this and we're gonna do that, and I'm like, I am not ready. Not ready. But hopefully it should be better organized this year. I'm really trying to do some cool community events and stuff with Global Comics. I'd really like to be able to do things. But I gotta, you know, like make the project plan and submit the idea and, you know, all that kind of stuff. And then for personal goals, I'd really like to get below 250 this year. That was a big goal for me. I'd like to get below 250 pounds. Again, I'm already well on my way. I lost 40 pounds last year, so I'm doing pretty good already. I just gotta keep that momentum going, I guess. Alright, what did this look like? I forgot what this part of his promotion looked like. Oh, that's right, I had 2 rows on either side now. Oh, autosave. Yeah, Godsbane actually ranked in multiple top 10 lists. Godsbane ranked number 3 in fantasy, out of about 600 comics overall, like comics and manga. It ranks number 3 in manga overall. And then it ranks 9th overall. Like site-wide, it ranked 9th. Wait, no. It ranked 9th overall for just independent creators, excluding publishers. And then overall, between publishers and creators, I ranked 10th. So, one publisher beat me. Dang it. See, I did really great this year. Oh, here. I'll write it out for you guys. You guys can see. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, we did pretty good this year. I made all the possible lists, so I mean that's ultimately what matters. I made all the lists at least once. I don't know why I said that like I could have made it twice. Yeah, and like what's really cool is I haven't even updated it since June, and it did that well. I think June or July was the last time I'd updated it. So like all the promotion and like networking and stuff that I did like on social media like really paid off. So I was able to like keep getting views over the year, and like stay on the list, which is really nice. Yeah, thank you. It's honestly it's thanks to my readers. Like it's thanks to you guys. Like if you guys wouldn't have read it and like engaged with it and like shared it and like talked about it, like everything that you guys did to like help spread the word, like it wouldn't have done as well as it did. So like it was not just a me effort. It was everyone else helping me and like helping spread the word of it. It's like thank you guys for like for all of that. It's a team effort. Teamwork makes the dream work, as they say. Sorry guys, just getting a little focused here. You can't draw shoes and feet, my bad guys. Foot fetishes aren't gonna enjoy my channel. It's not for you guys. Oh, I forgot to finish this. No, Aros, don't do it. It's not worth it. He's gonna do it. He's gonna do it anyway, even though I told him not to. He's a dummy. But I love her. I want her back. So lonely. I draw that part of his armband. Alright, let's put on the color. Oh, I gotta draw the string here. Alright, did I forget anything else? Alright, so angle here. There's these bangles. What else did I forget? Oh, the interior of his clothing. Well, that doesn't match up, does it? That doesn't match up. There you go. That would have been embarrassing. Yeah, I'll be heading off here really soon too, because I gotta go get ready for that as well. But I'm gonna hang out just a little bit longer. Thank you for stopping by, Dustin. I appreciate it. Take it easy. Good night. It's almost done here. Honestly, I'm gonna try to finish this because there really isn't a lot left to do, other than like making it fit. Like making it fit the original artwork again. That's all I have left to do. Alright, so I'm going to make a new art layer just because he has some like custom designs in here. Some that use customized brushes, and I want to be able to easily edit them. So usually what I'll do for something like that is I'll make a new layer that's just temporary. And then I'll go in and put in the designs and stuff, and then I'll just edit them as I need and then merge afterwards. This makes life easier for everybody. No. And, well, mainly because I need to be responsible and get up in the morning and stuff. I'm sure there will be occasional all-night streams, you know, where I just, go ham and just have lots of fun all night. So, soon, Dustin. TM soon. Sorry, I mean, soon TM. You might get some all-nighters every once in a while. Just to relive the good old days. Back in my day, I used to stream all night long. All night long. We didn't do none of this go to bed on time shit. Them's for whippersnappers. 3 a.m., no problem. Right? Dude, I used to pull literal all-nighters on live stream. Like, I'd go to bed and it'd be like 5 a.m. I'd have to get up at 7 to go to class. Alright. Alright, fam. Let's put it all back together. I don't know why I did that. I need that for color picking. I promise I'm not irresponsible. Usually. Usually being the key phraser.
Take it easy, Dustin. Thanks for coming by.
I could use my fancy eraser to make this go faster, but I don't feel like doing that today. It would make this go a lot faster, but that's okay. I'm enjoying the process right now. Just enjoying the process. Good. Oh, that shouldn't be there. For our last special video. What was it? You said it's a red version. No, it's the same hue, just a different. Alright, let's see if I can find all of my effect layers, guys. I'm gonna go through and get rid of stuff that I don't need. Oh, the gold edition. I don't have anything on the gold edition here. Has one. Nope. Nope. I need to like delete all these layers. I don't have anything on them. Oh, something weird. Oh yeah, that was my color. My color guide. I don't need these anymore. Alright, so that's my borders. Mark this as red. So that means keep. Just don't turn on. That's what the red means. That's my. Yep, that's my color guide. Definitely don't know what it is. Oh, that was when I was making a slightly blue version. I don't need that. Oh, that's the paper texture. Yep, I need that one. Don't need that one. Sketches I can turn off. There's my paper texture. That's what I needed. Alright, so here's... Alright, so that's all of the top effects and stuff. Let's put in all of my original actual layers. Alright, I don't need that one anymore, so I can delete that. infinitely insignificant layer are you really doing? Alright, so these are the colors that I had in the original version. Alright, so what I might do is I might switch out some of the colors. I might do that next time, because I do need to get going so that I can, like, get a little bit of sleep. What if this one is too big? Okay, there's the effect layer. Okay, this was the one that was, yeah, sort of like my red fills. Yeah, thanks. A lot of it's mostly just like, I already had stuff before. Actually, I'm gonna change something on my liner. I don't like how big these are. They're competing size-wise. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just fill these in manually. And I'll just use the brush that I have. So I have a brush for these, I just didn't use it. Oopsie. Oh yeah, that's right. I had some of this. Because I did have a little bit of colored Aros hair. Sorry about that. And there's some down here, and there's some down here. Just a little bit down here. And here. And here. Ooh, what layer is that? That doesn't belong there anymore. That's this one. Okay, so that's this one. So I'll do that one. Alright, now we get to do the color stuff. That's always fun. Oh, I have to actually open it. Unless I want to just use the same colors I had before. Oh man, color stresses me out. I hate coloring. I don't even enjoy coloring in like a coloring book kind of way. It's so stressful. You know, like that kid that's just sitting there screaming, "I love coloring." Like, I'm the opposite of this kid. This was the glue that I was going to use here for color in the future. I only want to use 2 colors though. So, I think the teal is the same color now that I'm looking at it. I think it's the same color. Whoops. Well, like, I consider that different, though. That's toning. That's not coloring. That's completely different. I'm just throwing stuff on the wall, guys. We're gonna see what sticks. Yeah, I don't like this so far. It's still going, I'm not sure why. It's not like my feelings are gonna change after I finish it. Yeah, that's really gross looking. Ooh, I like the subtle, like the really subtle colors. Kind of nice. I'm gonna try something. Lost it, where did it go? Oh, unselect. Oh! Ooh. Mm.
didn't need orange. I want the... It feels like it was lighter than that. Is it even moving? Oh, it's not. I thought so. Just clip. Clip being clipped. It temporarily froze on me, and I got really scared there for a minute. My eyes flashed before me. Yeah, I was like, no, 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 please no. I did, yeah. Save, hydrate. Yeah. Let's put the original colors back. 'Cause, I mean, I obviously had something working there, so I don't know why I tried to change it. Yeah, Yeah, I think it's fair to experiment every once in a while. I'm trying to use colors that already exist, though. That way I'm unifying the palette rather than changing it too much. I'm kind of red. Let me see if I can do it after that right now. I'll do a more subtle version of it. A slightly muted version. Most people, yeah, you can barely, yeah, you don't really notice that. It's a much more subtle version. That's why things are different, but they aren't like ostensibly so. These colors are just a little too close together in terms of complementary, so they still clash too much though. Which is why I don't color, guys. I hate coloring. It's not fun, it's just... Maybe some, like, spot gold color would be nice. Use it as, yeah, use it as, like, a spot color to kind of match what's in here. That could be a nice third color. And it fits with the triadic red, blue, yellow. It's like a fucking Dr. Seuss book in here. It is, it's like a Dr. Seuss book. Oh my gosh. It really is, like the color palette rings of Dr. Seuss, doesn't it? Yeah. Exactly. I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. It's a little weird. See, now it's too much color. I think this is too much color. No, but I used red. I used red for a lot of things. It's like a really vivid red. That is helping. Yeah, that's what I needed. Hell yeah. Gorgeous. Fill all this in with red. This needs to be a brighter red though. Still see it. I don't think I had this colored in the first version. Let me see. To go in and add in some more white lines to separate out some leaves. I think this is too much color. We'll see. Get rid of this. If I only colored in the red, anything that's not red is left out. Just red and gold, maybe. Well, the colors don't have to be like literal, like what his actual colors are. They could be other colors. I don't like the yellow. It's too much yellow. Nope. Alright, we hit the 3-hour mark, fam. Time for me to head off in just a minute. I don't like that either. That's my life. There's a balance in here, just gotta keep looking for it, that's all. Maybe it's in the liner color. Maybe that's what the secret is here. You know, this did used to have 2. I'll make that a little stronger. There's a way to make this one work, and I forget what it is. There's like a way for it to like only go after a specific color, and I forget what that is. Ooh, that looks really good. The reddish liners almost feels kind of retro, doesn't it? Alright, and this is without a lot of the white corrective layers on top, so it's gonna look a little too dark for what I want. That's okay. I haven't done the correction layers yet. It feels very retro. These are just like ooh, make them brave. Okay. For the sake of or make them blue instead. A little bit lighter looking for something. Yeah. Something here. What color is this? My favorite question. What layer is this? Then we get to play the layer guessing game. One of these is Aros' tattoo layer. And I seem to have misplaced it. It's not a big deal, I can make a new one. No big deal. Oh, thank you. I was a little unsure of it at first, but I just had to find the right complementary color to use for all the like colors and stuff. Oops, that's not the right color. There we go. Just had to keep working it to find the right color. Sometimes it just takes a couple tries. It's not there yet, but I'm gonna take a break from it. Give my eyes a rest, give my brain a rest, see how I feel about it tomorrow. I don't think I'll be able to stream tomorrow. I think I already have a previous engagement, for tomorrow evening. Yeah, fresh eyes, exactly. Yeah. Well, let me finish coloring some of the leaves. This is way I can see it tomorrow and get like a real opinion on it. I feel like it's too much color and it'll take away, but we'll see how I feel about it in the morning. Because I don't want it to distract from everything else. You know what I mean? I feel like it's wasted real estate if I just leave it like that. Yeah, I'm trying just the belts to separate his body or his top of his torso a little bit. Oh yeah, that's what it needed. Just a little bit to separate his torso. I don't know if I need any color here. Might look good without it. I feel like I need something here. It looks weird with nothing. Oh, I forgot I have this gray color I can also play with. But let's take this gray color and apply it to the shoe. Yeah, it's about the same value, so that works. And I can always add something to help it stand out. Yeah, I like that a lot better. I can always have like some red liner around it, just to kind of help. And then, color should just orange be. Maybe blue so they stand out. Maybe red. Clip, would you please stop interrupting me? I mean, thank you for the autosave, but jeez. No, if you use red, they fall into the background. What about this greenish color? I like the blue, honestly. I don't know if the best one. That way they don't get hidden in the back. No, we're not over detailing it. We're not doing that this time. We're keeping it simple flats. This I might have to darken to solid black. Just like this. Over in here. Let me do that right now. Grab this color. These two lights over here. That way I can apply color to the eyeball. That way the blue is more isolated, only as needed. Ooh, I like that better. That stands out better from the blue. Hey, Leaftreen, what's up? Leaftreen. Oh, my bad, sorry. See, it looks good up here, but then when I get down here, it just doesn't look very good. We'll keep it simple. Now I try the reverse and color this in. That way this highlights the shape there. So that actually worked a lot better. Too much color. Getting too much color again. Sometimes less is more. Let's see, debating on if just got off work. Debating if I should draw or not. The answer's always yes.
Always. Always. Yeah, exactly. Congrats on the app. Oh, thank you. Did I watch the Gojira movie? No, I didn't. I'm not a Gojira fan. I'm not really into all that stuff. Ooh, hot chocolate. That sounds great. Yo, that sounds really good right now. I've got a bunch of hot chocolate in my cabinet that I completely forgot about until just now. The Global Comics app launch. In October, we officially launched the Global Comics app. Global Comics is the company I work for. Yeah. No worries, you're good. I actually really like this. I actually kind of like this. Let me make a new version that doesn't have the let's see, just do this. I think I like it with the blue. I like it with the blue. Definitely looks better with it. I'm not sure I like the gray now. I weirdly don't like that. Something about it just looks really weird. I'm trying to register. Something about it just looks really wanky. I think it's this. Aros, I'm tempted to make you get rid of your collar. Because I fucking hate drawing it. I hate drawing this thing. It just gets in the way all the time. That's my line art that I'm fucking with. Okay, good. I still have a copy of my line art. We're good. I just realized that I was drawing on my line art layer. Hey, Illy, what's up? Just redoing the cover. All that fun stuff. Adjusting it for Aros's new design. So, lots of fun stuff. I also kind of like it without the red circle. I think the red circle helps it pop though. Get rid of the. For now, I'm done with Manga Plus. I'm not really sure what I'm gonna do with it right now. Right now oh, that's what that was.
Um, right now, I'm not really... Wait, what? Oh, I see. Okay. Right now, I worked on a one... Okay, so I guess I'll just go back to the beginning then. When I went out to do my portfolio review with Viz, they asked me to follow up, and I did. And one of the things we've been working on, is a one-shot. Because they have, like, the one-shot program, right? So, like, well, Viz Originals, I think it's, like, what it's actually called. It's called Viz Originals. Um, and it's, I mean, it's submission, basically. Like, you can submit, like, a series or a one-shot to see if, like, they want to publish it, right? And when I followed up with them after San Diego Comic-Con, they asked me, like, one of the things that they asked me over email was, like, what kind of stuff do you want to work on? Like, do you want to do one-shots? Would you be interested in doing one-shots? Would you be interested in doing, or working with a writer? Would you be interested in doing all these other things? And I said, yeah, I would be open to working with a writer, but I would also be game to, like, do a one-shot. And so the Viz Originals editor that I was talking to, was like, hey, well, okay, I'll connect you with the person heading the one-shot program, which, is, like, Hisashi Sasaki. And so we had a call, and, like, he explained what it's all about. And he basically said, like, are you still interested? Here's all the stuff. Like, here's how it works. I'm gonna respect him and not say those things, because he asked me not to. But, like, the logistics of it, basically. As far as, like, the deep specifics and numbers and stuff. And I was like, yeah, I'm still interested. That sounds really cool. So basically he turned me loose and said, submit a one-shot to me. It has to be between 50 and 20 pages. Let me know, just send it to me when you're ready. And I'm like, oh, okay. So I worked on that for a while. And then I submitted it, and then I got feedback, and then I worked on it again, and then I got feedback, and then I just submitted it earlier this week, and I just got some feedback yesterday. And then we're going to have another feedback session on this specific revision next week. So, yeah. Oh, yeah, super hella picky. But submitting doesn't mean I'm going to get published. All it means is I'm pitching it. It's just a pitch, that's all it is. Miso, you're not getting my laugh. No. You can't have those. That's not for Misos. No. Super picky. Like, they've probably had hundreds of submissions, and of all the originals, like, they've only put out, like, 4 of them. 4 or 5, maybe. In, like, the multiple years that it's been out. So, really picky. I think there's 4 or 5. I think there's 5 now. There's 5 Viz Originals now. They're really picky. Understandably so. Like, they have to be. Sorry guys, I was playing with my cat. They have to be really picky. But, like, you still, like, you may get feedback. So, like, personally, it's worth submitting. And also, like, a lot of times they'll give you feedback, and if you get the feedback, then you can learn. And if you'd rather do something small, like a one-shot, you can do that too. Just, like, submit the one-shot, and if they like the one-shot, if they want to work with you, they'll let you know. So, like, basically the way that it works with, like, Hisashi-san is, like... Well, but okay, so think about it this way, okay? If they decide to work with you, if they decide to publish you, that is a financial risk that they are taking. You can't just expect them to be like, lol, okay, we'll put it on the website, it doesn't cost me anything. That's not how it works. Like,
anytime any publisher agrees to like work with you or like publish your work, whether it be online or whatever, which is what would happen with the one shot, like you have to understand that that's a financial risk that they are incurring because it costs them money to work with you. It costs them man hours. It costs them time, like like server storage and stuff. Like it costs them money to work with anybody, and so like they have to be really careful who they give their time to. Like they're not just going to give it to just anybody. They're going to give like publishers or any publisher. It doesn't matter who it is. Publishers are extremely risk averse. That's why with the Viz Originals program, like the series originals, like if you want to submit an entire series to them, like it needs to be like 3 to 4 volumes. Like, so basically like 600 to 800 pages, like max. It can't be longer than that. Or at least they would prefer it not be longer than that. Cause like, so like the way it was explained to me is like, they want it within a certain length. And if it performs well, then they will entertain the idea of it going further than that. But each book is like a year-long commitment. Like, it's a lot of time. And so if you have like a 3-volume story, that's like a 4-year commitment. Like, that's a lot of money that they're gonna sink into you just in the man hours and paying you for your work. Like, that's a lot of money. So like, they have to be picky. It's not because they're like trying to be mean about it. It's like it's not just that. But I mean, the problem is the current anime manga fandom is like shonen seinen. If it's not those things, we effing hate it. Like, you know, like that's just how it is with publishers. Like, and every publisher has different needs. Like, some publishers want you to submit a pitch deck that's incredibly detailed. Some publishers are willing to let you submit something that's a work in progress. Like, it just kind of depends. Well, hang on. Let me see what the website says so that I know like exactly. Okay, I'll just I'll read from the article what it says because like they would have approved this article. So, this announced it on Wednesday. Oh, here it is. Let me see. I'll just read the article to you guys. So like I'll just read the article. Eiichiro Oda was 17 when he sold his first one shot, opening the door for his now 26-year run on One Piece. Masashi Kishimoto's Naruto had a similar trajectory from one shot to serialization, while Noriaki Kubo's one shot led him to eventually create the mega successful Bleach. All 3 legendary creators also owe some success to the former Weekly Shonen Jump editor-in-chief Hisashi Sasaki, who was on the constant prowl for the next big mangaka. And now Sasaki is turning his attention to the United States to do the same for Western artists looking for their big break. Viz Media announced on Wednesday in October the creation of a new one-shot submission portal aimed at American creators. The winning one-shots will live alongside comics from revered artists like Rumiko Takahashi and Junji Ito on the Viz's digital manga service. Sasaki is on board to both curate and guide selected submissions. The publishing company boasts that creators whose submissions are selected will have the opportunity to work closely with the revered Japanese manga editor, making Viz Media the only publisher in the US to offer this experience domestically. For now, manga-influenced creators who aspire to work with Japanese editors have to travel to Tokyo for such an opportunity. In Japan, a Yomikiri, or one-shot story, has a proven track record for producing hit manga, and I'm thrilled to implement this method for Viz and local writers in the United States. I'm particularly excited to work with aspiring mangaka as Japanese pop culture continues to keep fans enthused and wanting more, Sasaki said in a statement. While budding mangaka creating work without upfront pay is often a touchy subject, the representative for Viz clarifies that this is not a ploy for user-generated content. Writers selected by Sasaki for publication will be paid, and Viz's intention is to truly discover a major talent, with the aim to turn any promising one-shots into ongoing series, where there are opportunities for physical printed copies, consumer product deals, and potential anime adaptations.
Viz hopes that the creative pipeline that has worked in Japan can work just as well in the States. Viz says that the new one-shot platform welcomes bite-sized original manga stories in any genre, from horror to comedy to action to romance. So basically the idea is that like you can submit to this and like just basically it's the same track that you take in Japan. You submit a one shot, the one shot gets submitted to a magazine. In this case it's submitted to Viz's the Viz Media app. Like it'll be put in the Viz Media app. If it performs well there, you could be greenlit for an entire series and beyond. So like, but it all depends on how well you perform. I've hit the step where I'm like working with Hisashi-san. But like, will I ever get published in the Viz Media app? I don't know. Like, I'm not at that point yet. I'm at the point where like that's the next step, is to keep submitting the one-shots until I get approved. So basically, I made it through step 1, and I like got Hisashi-san's attention, and like now I need to make it to the next step where I can like get into the app. Like that's step 2. I'm just working on step 2. But it's not like a super clear cut, like, oh, you will get this. It depends on like how good your work is. So the thing is though is it doesn't matter, like for me personally, I don't care if someone looks at my stuff and says it's not manga. I don't care if someone looks at like Scott Pilgrim and says it's not anime. Like who cares? Like they're welcome to their opinion, and what they say. So here's the thing though. Like this is something that I've learned over time. Like what people say to me about my work means nothing. Okay? Like if people want to look at my stuff and say that that's not manga because you don't make it, you're not from Japan, you're not Japanese, whatever, they can screw off. Because they're welcome to their opinion, but it's not like gonna impact my feelings, what they think. Because I know what I think, I know what I am, I know what I have, I know those things. And if they don't agree, they're perfectly entitled to do so. There's no reason why I should waste the brain cells to try to convince that person that they're wrong. Like, I could be focusing on other things. Like, getting shit done. While they sit there and continue arguing with me over some stupid, pointless subject, especially if they're not making manga themselves. Like, they can shut up. That's the way that I see it. Hi, Yami-chan, what's up? Dude, I am literally called a mangaka. Like, Hisashi-san calls me a mangaka. Like, that's all the validation that I need. Maybe he's being technical. Maybe because that's what he would call someone in Japan, or in Japanese. But, like, he refers to me as a mangaka. I am a mangaka. Like, I call myself a mangaka. Like, I don't care what anyone else thinks. So, it can be. But there's also a lot of people that don't know how to promote themselves. They go in there and they just like drop their link, and they don't have like, they don't work with the community at all. They just drop stuff and expect people to praise them for it. You know, like, you gotta read the room in certain subreddits. Unfortunately, does that make it right? Am I saying like their behavior is acceptable? No. What I'm saying is like every community is a little different, and you need to make sure like when you're entering a community, be it a new community, like, oh, don't even bring that up. Do not bring that up. Like, if we are not talking about mana and manaka. Like, okay, I will say one thing. If people want to make mana, is it mana? I don't know if you pronounce the second name. Whatever, I'm just gonna call it mana. If you want to make that, that is perfectly fine. I have no qualms. If you want to make mana, or be a manaka, that's fine. However, you should understand the people that started the movement, and how they act, and how they talk. Like, you should do your research before you jump into any movement. Just the same, like, if you were a completely innocent person and you were to say, "Hi, I'm Comicscape," you need to know what that word means. You need to know what the connotation behind that word is. You need to know who is at the head of that movement and how they act. You need to know those things. You know, so like, that's my only advice. Is if you want to join that movement, look into it really carefully. Like, cause like, the actual idea of like North American manga is fine. Like, manhwa are a thing. Makes sense to have a North American or American manga thing. That idea is fine. But it's the people at the helm that's like, if you participate in this, you could potentially be associated with that. Like, that's a risk that you take. Good or bad, not my call to make. Your decisions, you get to make that call. But you just have to understand what's at the helm of the movement. So, like, can you be a mangaka if you read left to right? Yeah? Not all manga is right to left. Even in Japan, there's a lot of Japanese manga that's left to right. So, absolutely. Again, I don't have any problem with mana existing. I think the idea itself, as a concept, is perfectly fine. My problem is who is at the helm of that movement. That is what I have a problem with. And it's not because like I think he's like dumb or bad or anything. It's like the way that he talks about people. That's the problem. That's the problem. It's how he talks about people. Shots fired? No. You guys asked me something and I gave you an answer. Like, it would be shots fired if I decided to start, like, crapping on him unprompted. And that's not the case. You guys asked me a question and I answered the question. It's really that simple. Like, I'm sorry, if you go on a rant and you use the R slur, like, 20 times in a minute, you're not a good person. If you decide that you're gonna, like, he can't go a full video without insulting people and calling people names. Like, he intentionally uses outrage marketing to bait people to click, which is a genius marketing strategy. I will hand him that. But at the same time, outrage marketing only lasts as long as there's something to rage against. What are you gonna do when there's nothing to rage against? You gonna go find the next boogeyman to go insult and call a hunchback? Like, that's not a good leader. That's not what a good community person does. You know? Like, a good community person leads with love and compassion. They don't lead from fear and hatred. Right? I do not fear Coffee Comics. I do not hate Coffee Comics. I condemn what he does, not him himself. I don't know him. I don't know what he's been through. I don't know his history. It's completely unfair for me to judge him based on those things. So the only thing I can, like, make, like, a judgment on at all, as far as, like, how I feel about Coffee, is how he acts and how he talks. And at this moment, I find it completely abhorrent and disgusting that he talks about people the way that he does. Notice, during this entire conversation, I have not once insulted him. I haven't said, like, when I say insulted, I mean, like, I'm not calling him a hunchback. I'm not calling him a zombie. I'm not calling him, like, gross or disgusting or slurs. Like, that is how you talk about people. You don't insult them. You talk about actual things that are provable and not opinions. He calls people slurs. He cannot have a conversation without calling people woke and zombies and claiming to be some kind of messiah. Like, to the comic industry. Like, that is the problem. You know? And here's the other thing. If he wants to do his thing, he can do his thing. He's freely allowed to say and do whatever the heck he wants. But, like, I don't know. I'm a little frustrated with some people because they're basically saying like, oh well, people need to stop taking what he says so personally. And it's not that I'm taking it personally. Like, he is insulting other people of the community in completely, like, unjustifiable ways. Completely, like, unprompted. Like, he's going out of his way to hurt people and insult them, shit on their work. Like, that is not what a good community leader does. That is not what a good leader in general does. That is leading from fear. Like, you have to be attacking somebody, right? No, we are not zombies because the stuff that we consume as readers is not zombie food or junk food as he calls it. What we make, what we do, is what we love. Like, that's what it is. We're in the indie space. We are allowed to make and draw whatever the hell we damn well please. No one is allowed to tell us that we are not allowed to do that. No one is allowed to enforce a set of rules on us unless we enter their space, their club. If you want to join his movement or whatever, then yes, you should look at what he does, like what he says. As far as like this is his movement, he's allowed to say and like have it be whatever he wants it to be. He's perfectly in his reason to do that. But you do not then get the right to look at everyone else and say, if you don't do this, you are trash, you are scum of the earth, you are an arslur. Like, you don't get to do that. That's not appropriate. And to me, that makes me feel like his entire movement loses all credibility. Just because of that. And when I see people now that are, like, saying that they draw mana, I'm like, holy frick, can I trust this person now? Are they part of his crew? Are they condoning what he says? And how he acts? Like, you know, I don't want to be associated with those people. I think that calling people arslers is okay. Like, I don't want to be part of that. I don't want to be associated with that. But again, he's allowed to do whatever he wants. It's the internet. He can do whatever he wants. However, what he is not free from is the consequences of those actions. I don't take it personally. He can call me whatever he wants. I don't care. It's more like, okay, so like my job is literally community, guys. My bread and butter every day is like I naturally like think of things from like a community-based perspective now. That's just how my brain works now. And so like when I see someone that like wants to build a community that seems to genuinely want to help people, and I think to a degree he genuinely wants to help people. So like I have no doubt about that at all. But like the way that he's going about it, just he could do better. He could do better. Like, I don't know what he's been through, so I can't judge him on that. Like, I haven't talked to him, and I won't talk to him. I will not go on the show. Ever. I will die first. But, like, if he wants to, like, play dumb games, he's gonna win dumb rivalries. That's all. So, like, again, there's nothing wrong with mana. I don't care if people say that. The only thing with, like, if people say they make mana, then I'm like, okay, are you, like, a coffee fan? Like, and two, do you believe in the stuff that he says? Like, it instantly makes me doubt people. Because now I'm like, do I trust you now? Like, because if you're part of his circle, I don't want to be associated with you. You know what I mean? That's just how it is for me. I should be allowed to decide who gets to come into my circle. And people treat, like, a block or a mute like some kind of gotcha. And it's like, I'm allowed to determine who comes into my little space. Like, F off. Like, I'm allowed to choose who I interact with. Like, and, like, I'm deeming you not worth my time. Like, get out of my throne room, Jester. Like, that kind of thing. Anyway, we're moving on. Moving on to a different topic now. We're not going to turn this into a shit on coffee comics fest, because that's not fair. That's not appropriate. I've said what I wanted to say, and we're not going to sit here and talk poorly about someone. We're not going to do that. I've spoken as gently and as eloquently as I can about the situation, from a standpoint of what knowledge I actually have of him, and his movements, and so now we are going to move on. There's so many better ways. What I think, well, now let's do this. What I really think would help the indie manga community is to have a set of circles, right? So, like in Japan, they have doujinshi circles, and these doujinshi circles are usually themed around something, where there's some sort of like commonality with the creators. Either they all, like for example, you could have like a Gundam circle where they all create Gundam fanfics. Or you can have a circle where they all create horror stories, or supernatural stories, or ghost stories, yokai, whatever. You could have a circle where people do Pokemon, or they whatever. So like a circle is basically like a collaborative, so is an easier way of putting it. What would really help, I think, is if we had an entire network full of these circles in the United States, like they do in Japan. Some of like the biggest conventions in the world are Komiket and Komisha, where these thousands and thousands of circles like come together to host this humongous convention. Like whichever one it is, there's a bunch of them. So I feel like that would be super powerful. The problem is the United States is so large, that it's really hard to like coordinate something like that. They would have to start extremely local and branch out, or have like chapters, like a branch in every state, or like a branch in certain areas within the country. And the way that they do these, like the way that they do conventions is like the circle itself gets the table, and then the members of that circle go to the convention. So they kind of like split booth costs. It's really really cool. But they all help each other. They work together. They have like a camaraderie and stuff. Sort of like how we all have Discord servers, except it's like a circle for manga. Do you think No Name won only because of who made it? Of course I think they won because they deserved it. Like, the people who are saying they won just because of who they are, like, are probably just insecure people. And the reason why I'm gonna say that is those are people that already had experience. Sure, yeah, they had a name, but I think what they also had was experience. They already know what these editors are looking for. They already, like, have an established fan base, right? So, like, they already had, like, the perfect storm, more or less, of, like, doing really well on a platform like that. So, like, it's not, no one should be surprised that they won. And, like, it's not like only one person is allowed to get a gold award, right? It's not like one person gets the gold. You could have 5 gold people if you have 5 manga that are worth the gold. So it's not a contest where if one person wins, the other gets left out. That's what made me so frustrated about that entire conversation. Is people were acting like, oh, well, if they get the gold, then I can't get the gold. No, go out and go get the gold yourself. Like, go get it. These were people who were, like, already professionals. I don't see why anyone is surprised that they won. Like, they're already pros. His new video? Which one are you talking about? I don't really, like, look at his channel that much. I think people are too, like, sensitive, like, the way contests are run in the West is really different than how contests are run in like, Japan. In Japan, it's, if there's a contest and no one is worthy of the award, they don't give one out. They don't hand out prizes just because they host the contest. if no one's deserving of an award, nobody gets one. Like, you don't get, like, they don't give away, like, awards just because they're hosting the contest. Oh, well, we ran the contest, we might as well give people some awards. Like, no, if you don't deserve it, they're not gonna give it to you. Period. Like, and that's the thing, like, that's why people are so mad at Manga Plus, is because they're like, oh my gosh, it's such a scam, they just want us to post there. No, it's like, if you didn't get it, you didn't deserve it. Like, these are super crazy pro level standards, right? These aren't your cute little, like, these aren't like your cute little, like, back of the cereal box contests. Like, these are super pro because these are going to be published. Again, your publisher thing again. Whenever a publisher is agreeing to publish your work, that is a risk that they are taking. Publishers are extremely risk averse. And you have to prove to the publisher that your work is worth it. And just, so like, with the Manga Plus contest, it's a 2-part contest, right? The first part is reader's choice. That's the way I look at it. It's reader's choice. I know it can be flubbed. I've known that long before everyone else knew that. like I knew that long ago. That's why there was that one creator that would post like super low quality work on lined paper and would get hundreds of thousands of views because he was flubbing his views. Like, it's not that surprising. that people could do that. But see, here's the thing. Even if they make it past the reader's choice by working their views, they still have to get past the editorial phase. And in the editorial phase, the editors themselves look at the works and decide, is this actually worth it? So what that means is there are extra stats, extra analytics that we cannot see. Actually, we can't see any stats, really. Like, there are extra things that they're looking at for performance. To see, like, there's something that they're looking for, and that's what we need to identify if you want to do well on Manga Plus. And I think I know what that is, personally. I think I know what they're looking for, or at least one of the major things they're looking for. And if you don't have that, like, even if you get, like, 1 million views, if you don't have, like, a consistent completion retention, they're not interested in your work. That's my guess, is it's completion retention. And just in general reader retention. Because that's what they're looking for. Like here, because think about it this way. Let's say you get 1 million views, right? On the surface, that looks fantastic. But what you don't know, by just seeing that something has 1 million views, is it 900,000 views for pages 2 and 3, and then like 100,000 between the rest of the pages? Like, are like 90% of people abandoning the series after page 1? Are they actually reading it all the way through? Because the way page reads count, I think, is the number of pages. I think. So I'm not sure. I have to double check that. But like, you need to be really, really careful that like you don't like assume that every page read that you see. Like, I think what's also not helping is people are treating the page reads like they do on Webtoon, as in like you open it, you get a view, it counts as a page read. That's not how it works. Like, I'm pretty sure that's not how it works. Like, I'm pretty sure each individual page counts as a view. And the reason why they don't put, like, all of the weights in views is because everyone has a different length one-shot. Everyone has a different length chapter. Some people have 8 pages, which is the minimum, and some go all the way up to 50, which I think is the max. So, like, you can't judge based on views alone, because people that have 50 pages theoretically could have an advantage, but if they can't keep the readers, if they can't keep their reading retention, then the fact that they have 50 pages doesn't mean shit. Doesn't mean anything. Because if you can't keep a reader, they're not going to read all the way through, your reader retention is going to be crap, they're going to go, hey, like, this is a crap manga. Like, there are so many things that, like, go below the surface as to what people look at, and the reason why I know that is because that's stuff that I do. I look at Godsbane, and I'm like, okay, what do my stats look like? How, like, global comics, I'll show you guys. I'm not afraid to show you my analytics.
I'm not embarrassed. I mean, I am embarrassed, but I'm not embarrassed. And this is how I know that I need to fix it. This is how I know that I need to make Godsbane better. Hang on, guys. I'm trying to figure out what I did. Okay, it's this one. Okay, properties. Sorry. Okay. Alright, so here's my analytics. Here's my analytics, y'all. Let me zoom in so I can see things. Okay, so here's my analytics. With this. Hang on, guys. I gotta figure out how to make this fit here. Here we go. Alright, so here's my analytics. Okay, here's my dashboard. This is everything that I've had in the last 30 days, right? I'm pretty happy with it. I think it's pretty nice. But if I go into my page read analytics, I can see two different things, right? So like this is why I use Global Comics. One of the reasons why I use Global Comics. I can see, oh, thanks for all the reads, you guys. Thank you. Like, I can see all of my page reads. I can also see how many individual visitors I've had, which is the green line. I can see how many individual unique readers I've had on any given day. I can also change this to, let's look at monthly, and then let's look at 2 years. 2 years worth. Here's for the reads. Alright, so in the last 2 years, I've had about 68,000 reads. This is the January. I've had a really great month. I'm almost have my best month ever, which I wouldn't be surprised if it ends up being my best month ever. But anyway, so I can look at these stats and I can see like how well things are going, right? Like this was my best conversion month right here. Was probably this one, or probably this one, like my best conversion month. Where I had actually this one was better because people were coming back. I think that's really interesting. Anyway, so this is all the comics. I have a bunch of test comics in here, so like please ignore these. Ignore some of these. They're just like goofy experimental stuff. Because I experiment with analytics all the time. It's one of the things I like to do when I'm bored. So this is just Godsbane. This is just Godsbane, right? So like what this does essentially is this lets you see everything as far as like your page reads, your visits, your unique readers for all of like your page reads overall, right? It's very general data. Where it's not like hyper super specific. It's just general, here's how many page views you got in this month. Or you can do this week. If I look at the weekly, I'm actually curious to see what my weekly looks like. Yeah, so here's my weekly. Let me get rid of all these. It's like, here's my weekly. You can see all this data. You can see there's a very clear pattern of like when people tend to read, which for me is really helpful because then I can decide like, hey, like, when do I want to post? When do I want to do all that stuff? However, this isn't the cool thing that I like to look at. The thing that I like to look at is the release data. Let me bring up Godsbane. So what's really neat about this data, this is why I'm redoing Godsbane. This is why I'm redoing it. Let me bring up my data of all time, which would be a year. Yeah. Alright, so in the last year, you can see that I added a bunch of pages at the end, so please don't ignore everything after page 50. I added these a couple months after the fact. This is the original pilot that I made back in 2021, I think. And then everything from up until this part here where it drops is like the original pilot, right? So, you gonna hide it, please? It's thinking about it. Uh-oh. Okay, there it goes. Okay. Anyway, so you can from right here you can see there's a drop. This was an added page in, so that's why it's a little bit lower than normal. But in general, you can see there's a nice fun little slope here. Alright, what I'm going to do is actually, I'm going to switch back over to Clip Studio because I want to be able to draw some things. So let me grab a screenshot here, and I want to be able to draw and point out some stuff to you guys. Alright, so we're gonna go back to Clip Studio. I want to be able to like draw and like point out some specific things to you guys. Okay. Because this is really important for y'all to know. This is important for you guys to understand when you're looking at the performance of your work. And I do this all the time in like my creator sit-downs, right? Okay. Alright. Is anyone here colorblind? Do I prefer to use red? Okay. So, this part here out we're gonna ignore because it's not relevant. Okay. Alright, so what we want to look at is our first page and our last page. Okay? First page here we have, I'm gonna just round up a little bit. I'm just gonna say 1,300 views. Okay? I'm gonna say roughly 1,300. That's not exact. But we're just gonna try to make our math easy. And then right here, we're just shy of 200. I'm just gonna bump it up to 200 again for easy math because I like my life easy. There is a blog article put out by the Shueisha editorial team for Jump Plus specifically. And it says that from page 1 to 2, it is normal on their app with their professional comics that they see a 20 to 30% drop within the first 2 pages. So, if you lose... Oh, sorry, I don't think I did the... me hit okay. Sorry, guys. So if you lose 20 to 30% of your readers within your first 2 to 3, like 1 or 2 pages, that's okay. That's okay. The reason why that happens, is people are opening the comic and bookmarking it for later. Or they clicked on it accidentally. Or they liked the cover and they looked at the interior and go, I don't actually like that. There's a lot of reasons, there's a lot of reasons why, yes, the first 2. Yeah, the first, 2 to 3 pages, they can lose 20, up to, 20% of people, right away. That's normal. That's completely normal. And if we look at, okay, so let's do 25%, because it's a middle number. What is 25% of 13? Well, 13 divided by 2 is 650, divided by 2 is 325. Right, so let's lose 325, so let's just put it at roughly 1,000. So right here is where that number is, ish. So somewhere around here is that 25%, right? So I'm right there on average. So does that look like a really severe drop? Does this look severe? Yeah, it does. That's a really scary drop. But that's normal. It's okay. You're good. You're fine, mate. Don't worry about it. From here, what this blog says that they look, and this is on Jump Plus, okay? This is Jump Plus, specifically. What they look for is what I think they call the commitment point. Which, within the first within the first 7 pages, 10 at the max, you want to hit. And remember, this is professional folks, so we don't, this is really hard standards for the average Joe to hit. They want you to hit a 99.8% retention, or page-to-page retention. What that means is, so let's say we have 100 people read, really gonna autosave right now? Let's say you have 100 people read, let's just pretend we have 100 people read page 2. You want 99.8% to read, 99.8% people, 99.8 people to read page 2. Of the 99.8, we want 99.8 of the 99.8 people to read page 3. And of that, we want 99.8% to read page 4. And of that number, we want 99.8 to read page 5, and so on and so on.
basically the way that it looks is you want to have a 0.2% drop on every step as you go all the way down. And when you hit that level, that is your commitment point. That is where your readers have committed to reading your manga. So what you can do is when you have like these analytics, look for where that point is. Look for where that is. And in mine, it starts right about here. Right about page 20 to 25, that's where my commitment point hits. That is too late. That means I'm not setting my hook properly. So I need to make it more gripping to make people want to read it. I'm not creating a good enough hook for my readers to make them want to read. And so I wanted to know why. Like, when I saw this graph, I was like, that's why I didn't get anything on Manga Plus. It's because I don't, I have enough fans to make people read it. I have enough friends who want to read it. I have family who want to read it. I have people who want to support me and want to read it. But do I have the actual quality story that makes the editors want to take the risk? No, I don't. Period. I don't have that yet. That's what it means. So this is the stuff that you want to look for. Now, what I do, the way that I do this, the way that I track this information, is I created a spreadsheet. It does take a little bit of math, but what I did is I created a spreadsheet that all I do is once a month or so, I go in and I plug in the numbers. Like on page 1, I got this many. On page 2, I got this many. On page 3, this many. On 4, I got this many. And the graph is set up in such a way, the one that I have, that does the math for me and figures out what my page read retention was for each page. I have that chart completely set up in like a spreadsheet document, and all I have to do is plug in the numbers and it does the math for me, and it tells me, like, it confirms for me where that point actually is. So exactly, that's why people are upset with Manga Plus. Like that, that's exactly it. Ding, 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 we have a winner. That's why people are frustrated with Manga Plus, is you don't get that information. However, there is a way you can get that information. The only way that you can get access to that information on Manga Plus, remember, Manga Plus is associated with Metabank. If you want to have access to that analytics, what you have to do is you have to reach a bronze level award on the Metabang Art Street, which is a completely different competition. You just have to reach it once. With like whatever that artwork is, you have to reach a bronze rank as a creator on Manga Plus. I have reached the rank right below it, which I forget what that was. There's like, I've gotten really, really close to the bronze rank, but I've not hit that bronze rank yet. You can hit the bronze rank, you just have to hit that, and then once you become a bronze level creator, then you have access to that information. You have to go through it on Metabank, because you can see stats and analytics on your Manga Plus works on the Metabank website. It is a little dumb, yeah. Just a little. It's disappointing, because this information would be incredibly helpful to creators. And so that's one reason why I really, really love Global Comics. Now, but to actually answer your question, which let me see what your question actually was. I don't even remember what your question actually was. I lost it. I'll find it. I'm trying to find it now, sorry. Oh, here we go. Okay, so I will always post with Global Comics. I prefer to be with Global Comics. The only reason why I submitted to Manga Plus was because I was curious.
That's literally it. I was curious how I would do. For the lulz, basically. And when it comes to Global Comics, like, the creator me and the Global Comics staff member me are two different people. We are different people. Like, because, like, you do have to think about, like, you know, like, conflict of interest or, you know, those sorts of things. You know, like, competitors and blah, blah, blah. You do have to think about that. It's something I do have to be cognizant about. And it's something my superior is cognizant about. And it's something we treat very carefully. For example, when I placed Global Comics this year, for the top 10 creators, they gave $1,000 to each of the top 10 creators. And I was on that list, but I decided to abdicate the money. I was completely fine abdicating that money. So I didn't get that money. It went to the other creators instead, because, I suggested that, and they said, yeah, we understand. And so, I abdicated that money, because it didn't feel appropriate for me to take it, because I am an employee. And they were perfectly okay with that. They're like, that's really cool, that's nice of you to give that money to the people. So, it was a decision that we decided as a company, would this be the proper decision? And we're like, yeah, it would be the proper decision. That's what I did. You know, I have to be cognizant of those things. And because I am a staff member, I do naturally get a little bit more exposure. But I'm also extremely active on social media. I'm very active on Twitter. I'm active on Reddit. I'm active in the Discord. Now I'm trying to do streams again. So I have other ways that I promote myself. That isn't, hey, go read my comic. You know, I'm active in a lot of places that don't require me to say, hey, go read my stuff. Now, do I have it here on my live stream? Read Godsbane on Global Comics. Link in description. You bet I do. You bet I have it there. Because I do want people to read my stuff. But, I like streaming because it's fun. That's why I stream. I don't stream just as a way to promote my stuff. I mean, if I wanted to stream to promote my stuff, I would just sit here and beg for money all the time. Which, I wouldn't mind. There is a link to donate in my description. If you guys want to. But, I also have donations set up on Global Comics, and I have a couple people that donate to me every month in Global Comics, which is really nice. You know, so I make a little bit of money every month from Godsbane, as it is right now. But I don't expect to, I don't expect Godsbane to get anywhere else. So, for example, why am I... Global Comics does have lots of things. It's not just indie. We have publishers there, too. Metabang is there. You know, there are also, indie creators, and indie creators can submit things in multiple languages. You know, if you're a creator, and you have, let's say, you speak 3 languages. Let's say you speak Spanish, English, and Japanese. And you want to upload a comic in all 3 languages. You don't have to create, a different comic to upload it as a different language. You can go into the comic settings, create a set of releases that are just for that language, and then you can sort of, have a whole, you basically get to let the reader choose which language they want, all from the same single page. They just click a button, and it gives them which version of the pages you uploaded. Global Comics is indie and publisher. We have Image there. We have we have Top Cow. It would be cool to have Dark Horse. That's, my dream would be to get Dark Horse. Dude, if I could get Berserk on the platform, I would die happy. I would die happy if I could get Berserk on the platform. That's my dream. But we have Image, we have Boom, we have Top Cow, Mad Cave. Mad Cave has some sick stuff right now. It's so good. We have publishers, but we also have indies, and that's why, this particular, in December, we separated out the top 10 lists. We had a top 10 list for, all of the major genres, the bigger genres, and then all of the categories, but we separated the lists into creator-focused and publisher-focused. That way the publishers weren't competing with the creators for the top 10 lists. So, because that's just, yeah. The upcoming Global Comics app, the Global Comics app is out. If you would like to check it out. You can find it in the App Store. Would publishers pick you up? I don't know. That depends on the publisher, if they're looking for that. But yeah, Metabang is on Global Comics, yep. Yep, the Metabang staff are super sweet. They're super nice people. Like when I placed 7th on Manga Plus, they added me in the Global Comics Discord and like said good job, and I'm like, oh god, thank you. It was really cute actually. So they're really nice people, and that's the thing is like some of the publishers are in our Discord. So like that's why I tell people like behave in the Discord because you don't know who's in there. I know who's in there because I know their names. But like people are in there, right? So like, you know, like behave yourselves and like act professionally because you never know. And that's kind of like the cool thing about this job is like I get to meet publishers and I get to go to, I'm going to cons now. I haven't gone to very many, and I don't know how many I'm going to go to, but like I'm starting to go to conventions for Global Comics, and like I'm starting to speak at panels and that kind of stuff. Right, but that's part of my job. My job is, so my technical position is associate community manager. What that means is my job is to help manage the community. That includes creators, readers, and publishers. That's my literal job description. So yeah, I talk with people. That's my job. My job is to be a voice for the community and to like be a vibe check and create community events and, you know, create community things to do and community aspects like, you know, like the town halls that we did. You know, I'd love to do more of those. Those were super fun. I'd love to do live streams in the Discord more often. I used to do them every week. And now that things have kind of settled down and we've got kind of like the beginning of the year stuff figured out, I'll be doing those hopefully on our Fridays now. They were too much on Wednesdays, so I'll probably move those to Fridays. But like, that is a community. Am I perfect at it? No, I'm not. But I have an amazing boss. I have an amazing supervisor who has a lot of experience doing that kind of stuff. And so like we work through it, right? Like that's what you do as like a community leader is you like focus on like what is the best for the community, not me. And I feel like that's the problem that some like indie manga communities run into. Is like they start focusing on what's best for them and what they want, and they make everyone else around them meet that. And I don't think that's what a good community leader should be, as far as like creating a community of your own. Like, you know, you need to work with your people, not tell them how to feel and tell them how to think and tell them what to do. That's a boss. Okay? Like anyone can be a boss. And in this case, boss simply means you're telling people how to think, how to feel, how to act. Like that's not a good leader. Any boss can bark orders. You know? But like a leader is different. And I'm hoping that someday I can be a leader. Someday. I don't know if I'm leader material just yet, but I'm trying my best. And hopefully someday I'll get there. Hopefully someday I can write about these experiences, and I can write about my time with, you know, Hisashi-san in an article maybe. That would be kind of cool. You know, like, that's what I want to be able to do, is I want to be able to, like, because, like, when I was starting out doing manga, when I was starting out doing comics and stuff, like, I didn't really have a lot of people around me at the time. And so a lot of it was done alone, by myself. Like, the internet wasn't super big. Like, Twitter didn't exist yet. Instagram didn't exist yet. Like, those resources weren't there for us. YouTube was still relatively new. I think YouTube was only a few years old when I started drawing. So, like, we didn't have, like, all these resources that, like, people do now. So, yeah. I didn't even get internet until I was 17. I didn't have internet at home until I was 17. I didn't have a phone until I was 18, almost 19. So, like, I didn't have those resources. I didn't even have a drawing tablet until I was in college. And the only reason I got one is because it was a gift. Like, I don't work with Amazon. I don't know anything about that. So if anyone else knows, feel free to help Ely. I don't know anything about that.
I plan on doing crowdfunding to get my physical copies. So I don't really know much about Amazon. I don't even have an Amazon membership, y'all. I have an account, but I never use it. Fuck Amazon. When did I start taking manga seriously? That would be 2018. When I was interning at Tokyo Pop, actually. So that would be about 6 years ago. About 5 to 6 years ago I started taking manga seriously. And my internship at Tokyo Pop wasn't an artist internship. I mean, it was a digital media internship. And what the internship entailed was I handled a lot of the files and prepped them for upload, prepped them for storage. Like, basically, like, I got the files and I made sure all the files were in good condition. They were readable. They didn't have anything bad in them as far as like tears or like weird glitches or weird croppings, like before they were like uploaded and stuff. So like file management, basically, quality assurance for certain things. So that was kind of what I ended up doing. And I did that for 4 months, I think. Yeah, I did it for 4 months. I did get to help with some editorial work. The editor at the time I was working with Janae Young. She was able to let me help with some of the editorial stuff. So she'd be like, "Okay, here's the thing we just got back from the artist. I'm gonna let you look at it and try to catch anything. Like, make a note of anything that you think needs to be changed or adjusted, or that you want to flag." So, like, she gave me practice doing editorial stuff, which was really, really, really insightful. Super insightful. So that was really, really cool. And that taught me a lot about, like, what editors look for, that kind of thing. And just, like, their network is really huge, too. That was the year that their artist Natalia Batista, who does Sir Princess Almaltea, she came out to LA to go to Anime Expo with us. So, well, I've been drawing much longer than 6 years. I've been drawing for 14. So that's the thing, is I've been drawing before I even started making manga. I didn't start drawing till I was 18. So before then I didn't really draw at all. Like, I mostly just traced stuff. So, like, I don't count those years. I don't count, so I don't count tracing things. Because I couldn't draw, so that's why I just traced stuff. And I didn't trace stuff to, like, pass it off as my own drawings. I just traced it because I wanted to decorate my room, or hang some pictures up, or something. Like, that's what I traced it for. So, like, decorating my room and stuff. Yeah, I've got 2 art degrees. And that's the other thing, like, you don't need an art degree. I thought I did. That's why I went and got mine. Because I thought I had to have it, so that's what I did. Did it help me? 100%. Damn straight it did. But will everyone benefit from it? Probably not. I also had a really horrible time in art school, too. Like, it was both the best and worst years of my life. Literally the best and worst years of my life. Yeah, exactly. I've been drawing almost every day for 14 years. Almost 15 years now. It'll be 15 years in August. I've been drawing every day. Every fucking day. I mean, not literally every day. Like, there are obviously days where I was sick, or, like, I was too busy and had something else to do, like, but I'd say 99.9% of the days I've drawn. something. And when I say drawn, that doesn't mean I finished artwork. It just means I did something. Maybe I sketched a box, or I sketched a cat, or I sketched a plant. I did something every day. And that's ultimately what matters. Like, you gotta do something. Like, you know, or use the day for rest. Rest is also productive. Like, if you don't want to draw that day, don't. Don't do it. Don't force it, but also, like, understand that it's moderation, right? Rest in moderation, work in moderation. Like, you can't just abandon it for 3 weeks, and then when you come back after 3 weeks, go, oh my gosh, everything is perfect now. Like, that's not how it works. Like, you know, you may need some runway to get back into it after 3 weeks gone. I mean, you would for just about anything.
Art's the same. Explains why my name is everywhere? What do you mean my name is everywhere? What do you mean? Like, on the website? Like, Art Crumbs? Yeah, that's why. It's, like, I make the feature articles, I do a lot of the community blogs, like, I comment in the forums, and I comment in the Discord, and I comment on social media. Yeah, that's why it's everywhere. It's because, like, my job is to be engaged with the community. That's literally my job. Let's see. It's the only way I know how to get physical copies unless you get like it's called self-publishing. You can go to a printer yourself. Printers exist out in the world and society. Like, just go print it yourself. Like, that's what you pay printers for, especially manga. Like, there's a lot of printers that will print manga. You just have to have the money for them. And that's why a lot of people do what's called crowdfunding, which is stuff like Crowdfunder or Kickstarter, Indiegogo, like whatever. Like, that's why those things are a thing, is because it gives people a way to help raise money and do sort of like a lot of people treat it like a pre-order, where it's like, people will pay for their copy, and it'll contribute to, like, the actual print order, and then the creator orders the print order with the money that they raised for the Kickstarter, or whatever, website they're using. And then when the books arrive, they send it off to the person who ordered it. Crowdfunding is a very real thing. Now, it's not as much a thing in Japan as it is, like, here in the States. It's slowly, like, crowdfunding is slowly gaining traction over in Japan. But it's not as big a thing in certain countries. But here in the States, crowdfunding is very much a very popular choice for comic and manga creators to, like, get prints of their books. Yeah, I am everywhere. I also make a lot of Reddit posts, yeah. A lot of social media, that's because I do a lot of social media stuff too. So, yeah, you'll see my name everywhere. You cannot escape the art crumbs. Always positive? Oh, thank you. I try to be positive. I'm a human being like anybody, right? Like, I have my days. Like, if Lychee's still here, like, Lychee will tell you, I have my days where I'm like, F this, I hate the world, I hate everyone, I hate everything. Like, I have those days too. I'm a human being. I'm not invincible. I wish I was, but I'm not invincible. So, like, if I'm grouchy that day, I just isolate myself. Or I talk to a friend, and I get over it. And then I get back to work. It's that easy.
I try to be positive, so I appreciate the comment. I do try. I'm not always successful, but I do try. It's like with the coffee comment thing earlier. I got a little grumpy. Which it is what it is. You know, I'm not perfect human being.
You guys tired of the song yet? I was supposed to stop streaming 3 hours ago, and we're still here. Oh my goodness. I think it's near the end of the list. Is it this one? I don't think so. No, that's not it. It's like a bunch of guitar covers. Ah, here we go. Guitar covers. I'm trying to remember which one it was that I really liked. It's been almost 5 hours. It's been almost a 5-hour stream, which isn't that normal for me. If you know me, 5-hour stream isn't that normal. The latest comic I did is coming to my home tomorrow. I'm very excited. Oh, nice, nice, nice. Good luck. Hope you can sell all of your copies well. That's always exciting. I'm super excited to get like a physical copy of Godsbane someday. I did ash cans a couple years ago, and I sold 375 copies of those. It was like a rough draft of it, just to kind of like gauge interest. And I sold all all 375 that I printed. So I'm curious to see how it would go now. Now that you know, like I feel like I have a much better quality product. Yeah, you're welcome. That's what I aim for my streams to be, and that's what I aim for like my community to be is learning, you know. Not just me yelling about people who like piss me off. Blaming other people for my failures or whatever. Yeah, I think Aros is gonna lose this silly little thing that he has. I think I'm gonna get rid of that.
Alright, take it easy. Have a good night. Thanks for stopping by. Get some rest. It looks fine here, but for whatever reason. I think it's because this sits here, and so like it's kind of been just Lovely. Weird. Why is it not okay? Oh, except I have the wrong brush. Helps if I have the right brush. Alright guys, I'm kind of running out of steam here. I got a couple things I gotta do before I go to bed, so I really gotta start this in. Alright, let me do this. Let's do some monochrome and then select color layer. Actually, let's do this color instead. We can get some other colors in here. Nice, nice. I'm almost done, not quite yet. This is the red one. This one will be square. Yep, definitely has. I did all the inking for it and going in and putting in like final details and stuff now. All the stuff that I don't like doing because it's stressful. All like the little final details and stuff. I have like final highlights and thank you. I'm almost done.
Looks like a much more refined version of the old one. Let me bring up a side by side so you guys can see the old one and the new one. I'm actually gonna get rid of the story arc bit because I don't think that part's necessary. I'm also gonna change the font that I use here. That kind of matches a little bit better. Oh, that's why it looks weird, because it is because it's, there we go. But it's faulty. This looks really bizarre. Ooh, yeah, that looks really definitely there. The way it kind of matches the logo text a bit better. Probably. Yeah, I think so. It would be really fun to see all of my characters done this way. And it would also make for really good, like, poster art later or something. Let's see. I was really thinking of reading Inuyasha since you talked a lot about it. My experience is... The anime is really different than the manga. It's really different. Alright, so here's the original. We'll put them side by side, so you guys can get a side by side. Oh, whoa. There's the originals. Oh, I forgot I have to shrink this one just a teeny bit, because it's the cropped ratio. There you go. Roughly something like that. That's what it'll be. So it's a little smaller. I did shrink Aros a little bit, just to make it fit a bit better. Let me change the... Of course you're gonna go to autosave as soon as I try to do something, but... Let me change the color of this here, because I like the softer look here. Let me try that really quick. Oh, it's good of a smartphone.
any reason that's up there instead of all the way down here? That was kind of weird that it was all the way up here. Trying to lighten up some of the areas to kind of give it a little bit more depth. How many books am I going to have? If I do the 200-page ones, I'll have 6 books. If I do slightly shorter books, I'll have 8. It kind of depends on like how many pages am I gonna do. Yeah, it'll definitely be. Yeah, it's definitely gonna be a collection. That's a nice way of putting it. Is it this one? Yeah, this one. Okay, I lost my layer there for a minute there. Trying not to zoom in too much because I want to be sure I'm looking at the big picture rather than zooming in too much. It's easy to get caught up in the small details when you just zoom in and like never do. Oh yeah, it's insane. Well, there's a lot of books. There's a lot of books. Yeah, there's a lot of them. So like it's gonna get expensive. What's this lights up here? That should not be light. That should be this light. I think they're $24 a book now. Like, do you mean like the individual, like the original tankobon, like the original 200 pagers? $28 for those? Is that like, does that include shipping? Because that's going to be a really heavy box of books. Does that include shipping? Well, you have to check. Because some of the Viz books are printed left to right. So you have to check and see which ones you're getting. Like, some Viz books were left to right back in the day. Or is this like the Viz... Like, no, that wouldn't be the Viz Big. Viz Big doesn't have 56 volumes, I don't think. Yeah, that would, 56 would be the original tankobon, yeah. Then yeah, I would pay attention to that, because that's probably going to affect your price. That's going to affect your price a lot, is shipping. So those 56 books are going to be heavy. What layer is this? I like how I have to ask, what layer is this? I don't know, but I'm gonna add the rest of it in, so I guess that's looking really good. Oh, I've got some old stuff here that I can see now that I didn't erase from the previous edition. I'm gonna take a look now. So many layers, you guys. So many layers. I'm a criminal. Go to sleep now. Have a nice night. Thank you for stopping by. Have a nice night. I know I keep saying this, but I'll probably be stopping soon. I know I keep saying that. Slowly getting on the Vagabond Viz books. They sell so quickly. Yes. Getting any Vagabond book is really hard. Not sure if I like that. This thing. I kind of like it simpler. And like make it very, very light. Just like so light you barely notice it. Something's going on with the hair here. I'm trying to figure out what layer that is. Okay, that's this one. You get rid of it. Okay, that's way better. I was trying to figure out what layer that was. I think I fixed that. What's going on with me? Where's my clock layer? That simulates my clock. There we go. Simulated. I don't know if I like. You can't really see the eye as much now. I don't know if I actually like it more. I feel like in some ways it's more confusing than before. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I like that part. Let me see if I can make that blue just a teeny bit lighter. I feel like it's just a tiny... God, I fucking hate this layer. Of course, I thought I separated those. Thought I separated them so that they weren't on the same layer. I don't know how they ended up on the same layer again. I remember separating those.
I like them red. I'm just saying.
What would it gray?
Gray is nice too.
Maybe like a reddish gray. I like the cooler gray. Yeah, the cooler gray looks nice. I kind of did like the blue better, just because I think it gave more balance.
That's nice. Oh, no, that's me. Is that it? Oh, that's you messaging me. Okay. I feel like I don't like the black liner anymore. Try this nice gray.
Ooh.
Cool, a cooler line art. Yeah, see I think that was the issue, is I had a really warm line art for that, and I think that's what part of the issue was, is I had a really warm line art. I think a cooler line art works better in this instance. I do want to see something though, out of curiosity. Look at how that changes the entire tone. Nah, you're good. I'm just kind of messing around, trying different things. The black was too strong, but let me look at it. I didn't think about trying the red. Yeah, let's try that. Hope autosave. Hang on, it's doing autosave really quick. Make this not stand out so much. Ooh, I don't do gradients in text. I don't think gradients in text is appropriate. I'll try it. Let's do the thing. Julie, let's do the thing. Out of curiosity. You make me nervous. You make me nervous. Ooh, where's my clicker? Ooh, I've been taught like gradients in text is a sin. So it makes me nervous. You make me nervous. Try it. Oh, I didn't do that correctly. I bombed that. Why are you thinking this hard? Oh, because I'm on monochrome, that's why. When are you streaming again? I won't be streaming tomorrow. I have a previous obligation. So probably Saturday I'll stream again. Yeah, let me try it. I'm gonna have to change the mouth. I don't like the mouth now. Oh, okay. Okay, you win. You win. You win. I want to see what red looks like. Red doesn't look awful either. isn't awful either. See, this is why I can't do color, because I would have never in a million years thought of that. Ever. Would have never thought of that. You know, I want to do one more thing really fast, color layer wise. This gave me the solution to another problem I've been trying to solve. I hated how much this stood out. And I know how to fix it. There, now it's not so strong. I liked it, but it was too strong. And I was trying to figure out, like, how to make this, like, less obvious. Or am I, like, but if I get rid of it, then he has no shirt. I mean, but that does look better, so I should probably just, like, fake something. Just... There, just get your typical, like, shirt, I guess. Here, he gets one of those. Can't be bothered with design. He's like redesigning right now. Wait, right over left. No, I did it wrong. The other way. There, he gets the typical US fancy shirt. No shirt. Not. I fucking hate that too. Look what I've done for myself, you guys. There we go. There's your shirt. One of those. I will make it work later. This is for future me's problem to solve. Because Aros, he will genuinely change shirts all the time, so I'm not trying not to stress too much about it. I feel like, yeah. I need to stop feeling and just be done with it. Something down a little bit. Okay, now that I look at the red, I don't like the red as much. Make it a little stronger. No, I'm trying to keep it a limited color scheme. I don't want to add too many colors. I feel like I already have too many colors. I don't want to do rendering. I don't want to do too many colors. I'm trying to keep it as simple as possible without adding in too many. So if I do it for this one, I do it for all the other ones too. Yeah, I feel, man, I do like the gradient, but I feel like it's a lot. Okay, which one do you guys like better? Do you guys like the red gradient, or do you like the blue gradient? Okay, let me actually add this color then to the bottom, because I feel like there's nothing down here to ground the blue, other than his foot, so let me change the text down here to that color, just to help ground it. Yeah, I think that helps a lot. I feel like I still need something in this corner though. What if I did this? I move this here. Or I can leave this here, so that fits really nice in that corner. Like this here. Does that feel balanced? Right, but if the problem is if I move this up here, it'll hurt you even more. Because now it's like too close to the body, maybe. See, this hurts me because it's too close to this. It was at 50, so here's 40 for the gradient. Yeah, I feel less cramped. I just want something to ground this color here, but this way it's not black, it's like a darker color. The shoe, though, the shoe is white on this one. Let me see what it looks like if I make it white again. Make it white again is not something that I thought I would ever hear myself say. What do you think about the white? I actually like the white better. But I feel like it makes the foot disappear.
I think.
Yeah, I could try that blue color.
Yeah, let me try. Yeah, let me actually try this blue that I have here. It's a good idea. We're so close, you guys. I'm so close to getting this done. Oh, I feel that's too much though. Cause yeah, that's too much. Let's try this blue. That way it's still light. It just makes it stand out just a teeny bit so it doesn't get lost. I don't like that's worse. Ooh. What about like this darker? Ooh, man, that disappeared. What if I left the margin around the edge? Let's do the red. That way it matches the shoe. And then fill the inner margin with a darker color. This way it connects these two together. And grab somewhere in here. That looks worse. What's red? It's not just weird, it's red. I'm gonna lose this red, maybe. Feels like an off-white. Oh my god. Of course, autosave. Thanks, autosave. Thanks, autosave. Yeah. It's like an off-white. Great comic, by the way. What's going on, Miso? She's like, Mama, it's bedtime. It's 1:30. It's your bedtime. Damn right it is. I think that's a really close. Maybe just a smidge darker. Just a smidge. That way it's still like white-ish. It's just off-white. Just vanish. Yeah, there we go. Miso. Yeah, Miso doesn't understand the no sleep mangaka lifestyle. Okay. Hi. Yeah. 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 Squish. Hi, Miso. Yeah. When? Yeah. When? What? Yeah. 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 Squish. I need to get my webcam hooked up, you guys, so you guys can see when Miso does this. It's so cute when she does this. She, like, wants to sit in my arms, right? And I hold her on her back, and I just, like, scratch her chest, and she, like arches her back to, like, get maximum scratches. It's so cute. Because she, like, cats don't like being on their backs, right? But she completely trusts me to do this. She completely trusts me.
Does that feel good? Do you feel good? You're so precious. Alright, ready? Let's hitch it back up straight. There you go. Has she learned any new words? Not sure yet. She definitely hasn't learned to know and stop that. Definitely hasn't learned those. The Fushigi Yuki books. Oh, hell yeah, I want those. Fuck yes. Hell yeah, I want those. I was wondering, like, because I remembered someone had talked about the Fushigi Yugi stuff, and I was like, dang it, who was that? I couldn't remember who it was. Yeah, just let me know how much you want for them, and I'll pay for them. Are you ripping your fur out again? Stop it! I have worked so hard to get you to stop ripping your fur out. Oh my gosh, really? Okay. Alright guys, final decision. Looks bueno, yeah? Gosh, I am like so over it already. I'm so ready to be done with this. Here, let me do this so we can simulate a crop. Oh, I forgot I started that, didn't I? There, you can simulate crop better. I don't know, it's really different. It's really different. Mucho bueno. Más bueno. More better. More good. It's been a while since I've had to use my Spanish. Okay. I feel like a liner can be just a tiny bit lighter. It's like, I'm falling into the, one more thing. I love like the one little eyeball in the bottom. Hopefully people will notice it. Yeah, I don't remember what it was either. Oh, I'm happy to just give you money. So let me know what you want for them, and I'll happily give you money. I am not hurting. I'll put it that way. I am definitely not hurting. I mean, I'm not fucking Moneybags, Mr. Banks over here, but... Or Mr. Burns, but... I ain't hurting. I'm doing well enough that I didn't have to worry about rejecting the $1,000 that I got from Global Commerce, so... Or that I would have gotten. I didn't get advocated though. Okay, cool. Thanks, guys. Alright guys, we're done for the day. I'm going to go ahead and stop streaming. I will not stream tomorrow on Friday night. The reason is I'm already going to be streaming in the Discord server, and I want to be able to rest tomorrow night before I hit up the one-shot stuff again. I've got a bunch of stuff I got to do over the weekend, including do some stuff in like preparation for my meeting with Hisashi-san next week. I also have to do some like Japanese stuff. Even though I didn't have class, I still have homework to do. And then I also have one-shot stuff, and then I have like just a bunch of things I gotta do this weekend. I will stream on Saturday at some point. I don't know how long I'll stream or when, because I'm not sure exactly what my Saturday schedule is gonna look like just yet. But I'll see you guys some point on Saturday. All right. Thank you so much for your feedback while I was working on this cover. I really appreciate it. It's nice to have people who are comfortable with color to help me out. So I'll see you guys next time. Have a wonderful night. Ciao.